All right, guys. All right, all right, all right. Listen up, listen up, listen up. Okay? We got a skedaddle. We got a skedoodle today, even. Because I've been having internet issues. The past 2 days, um my modem has been a bit unreliable, so I don't want the stream to freak out. Nice shirt. Thank you. Oh no, 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 no. I mean, I fully just spent the past 2 days playing Zelda. But while playing Zelda, the modem bugged out and took a couple minutes to reset. To be clear, I'm not making excuses. I fully was just playing Zelda. But also there were internet issues. So if it just randomly cuts out, I'll try to get it back online unless it's like 3 hours 45 into the stream, in which case, like, eat shit. Um Also, Tears of the Kingdom is pretty good. Man, I genuinely cannot get over what a fucking slut. I'm not, no spoilers. No, I'm not spoiling anything. The fucking guy is. Oh my god. Insane. This isn't a spoiler. You meet him literally like 8 picoseconds into the shit. What the fuck? Look at this fucking boy wife. Look at this slutty waist. Jesus Christ. Hey, hey guys. Look at this like powerful royal ancient ghost dude. What character design ideas do you have? Okay, well, he should have long blonde hair. Okay, like sure, fine. All right. Now let's give him a sheer crop top flowing shoulder capelet with a giant brooch. But it's sheer so you can still see through it. Like, let's take the most orientalized fantasies of like a harem girl from the Far East and then make that a reality. Okay? Good? Good? Okay. Now what if we gave him, hold on. What if we gave him the sluttiest little waist you've ever seen in your life? What if we gave him a waist you could fit both your hands around if he wasn't 9 feet tall? And then the widest hip, the biggest hourglass. Insane. I like to imagine that in like over in Nintendo, like Miyamoto is like a genius game developer, but is also like oblivious because he's been making Nintendo games for so long he doesn't even think about like horny or whatever. So he's got a bunch of like art leads underneath him. He's like, I want you to design this illustrious figure. And they're like, okay, okay. And they come back with the horniest furry shit you've ever seen in your life. And they're all like cracking up. They're like, and he's like, is the sheer capelet necessary? They're like, yeah, very, very important to our artistic vision of this character. Why the fuck is Artemy meowing? Artemy, you want to be on stream? Is this what you wanted, Artemy? You wanted to be on stream? Wow. Wow. What a good baby. I just don't think there's a non-furry, non-homosexual explanation for Raru. Where's the naked chicken? She's sleeping. New shirt reveal. Yeah, I don't think I've worn this one on stream before. I got it from a thrift store on near UW. Oh man, okay. All right, before we get into it, how's everyone doing? Me being horny for Raru aside, how's everyone doing? Now would be a good time to insert ads. That's right. They changed the monetization thing. Oh no! I hit the button without thinking. Wait. No. Oh no. I'm I'm sorry. I thought there'd be a menu. I didn't think you just clicking it would do. Where ad? Well, you statistically most of you have ad block. Some of you are seeing ads right now. I watched your VODs to avoid ads, damn it. I'm sorry. Uh Yes, Wally. Did you see the FNAF trailer? I did see the FNAF trailer. Actually. I think it's really funny that they're making it. The main okay, so here's the problem for me is this, and I'm about to sound like a massive fucking snob, okay? The problem for me is that looking just at the first Five Nights at Freddy's game, not the other ones, just the first one, I think you have like legitimate potential for an art house film. I think that the tone and feel of the game could be best captured with something deeply surreal and maybe less marketable than what they're going for. I saw the trailer and it looks like it's just going to be a fucking horror film, right? But I feel like there's potential for a lot, so I'm going to be snobby about it. But you know that was always going to be the case. They're not going to make some like auteur, art student directorial debut out of fucking Five Nights at Freddy's. Del Toro should direct it, unironically. Man, let Wes Anderson direct it. Fuck it. Give me a pastel pizzeria. All right. Will you be watching it though, Vosh? Probably. FNAF is based on the idiotic idea that a door needs power to stay closed. How is that high art? Well, you wouldn't have to worry about that in the movie. In the movie, you wouldn't need like the gameplay loop. I have a feeling it's going to be campy as hell. Yeah, probably. Give us a pitch for Wes. I can't come up with a Wes Anderson trailer pitch like that. What the fuck? I'm not Chad GPT. Jesus. What's your favorite Wes Anderson movie? I don't have a particularly original opinion on this, I don't think. Wait, fuck. Is it Moonrise Kingdom? What was the one where there's like the Boy Scouts? Yeah, that one, okay? Right? Yeah. Okay, Moonrise Kingdom. I think it's Moonrise Kingdom, and then right after that, very shortly, Fantastic Mr. Fox, and then right after that, very shortly, Grand Budapest. But they're like right up here, you know? I'm not gonna fight between the three. I really like them. Did anyone else see that dog one? The one about the dogs in the junkyard? How did people feel about that? I don't think it was his best one, but it was a lot better than people gave it credit for. The Isle of Dogs, yeah. People were kind of mean to that movie, but I thought it was pretty good. I haven't seen it. It's good. It's good. I mean, it's stop motion, so if you're into that kind of thing, which I am, then you're probably going to be biased towards it as well. Um, Weird fucking movie. Look at this. Weird fucking movie. It must be so cool to be an auteur director and to be able to have posters that look like this. That's dope. Is it Ed Norton in Isle of Dogs? I think so, yeah. Okay, wait, really quickly. I don't see this get discussed enough. Why does nobody talk about Ed Norton despite him being legit like one of the best like okay, maybe I'm really fucking biased here from Birdman, but I feel like Ed Norton fucking slaps and like knocks the socks off of whatever the fuck he's in. Um but I don't ever see him talked about. I don't see like red carpet photos. I don't see people like Well, I guess I wouldn't see people thirsting over him because he looks like a weird dude. And apparently he's an asshole, but whatever. Like, you know, in terms of like acting ability, I don't know. Yeah, he's supposed to be hard to work with. When did he last make a movie? We've seen Birdman, right? Like, Birdman was so fucking good. He was in Glass Onion? Ah, son of a bitch, you're right. He was. That's true. Yeah. Um, did you know it was one shot? Sweet. True. All I remember from Birdman is the attempted rape, not gonna lie. Bro, Vermin, we literally watched that episode of Sunny in Philadelphia like 2 days ago, okay? Listen, all right? Birdman, It's Always Sunny, together. Ed Norton is very picky with his roles, very private, very hard to work with, so yeah. Well, I kind of like that better than an actor who will do, like, literally anything, right? How many actors do we have who will just say yes to any project? I feel like that's really degrading. Okay, maybe this sounds snobby. I don't know. If you're if you're an actor, you're an artist, right? Obviously. Like, ideally, I would hope so. That's a good attitude to approach it with. And if you're an art, like in most artists, like if you have a very talented musician, they're not going to, their agent isn't going to accept roles for like literally everything. Like, oh yeah, do a jingle for this like theme song for a children's cartoon. Oh yeah, do like the opening song people hear when they enter this like theme park ride. But for some reason, as an actor, it's just accepted that there are lots of large actors who will just accept like any project. And I don't understand why. They're very, very wealthy. A lot of them are talented. It's not like they lack talent, you know? I'm not saying like Nick Cage is Nick Cage, okay? I get that. But, you know, I mean, broader than that. Did you know Bruce Willis didn't believe acting was really hard? Yeah, because Bruce Willis's story is like really fucking sad. Bruce Willis's brain has been soup for the past like decade and a half. And apparently he kept making movies and like he kept making movies like every movie he could because he knew that his brain wouldn't keep up for that much longer. So he wanted to make them while he could to like save money. And some people say that he was taken advantage of, that like his lowered mental faculties made him easy to get as like an actor, which could be true. But as I understand it, he just wanted to have a giant nest egg for his family. So he, which must be huge because it's Bruce Willis, right? So he did like anything he was asked to. Yeah, it was super obvious something was wrong with Bruce Willis for years of movies. Yeah, it was bad enough to the point that like I don't think they should have been casting him. Like if you watch anything that he's done since the last movie that he did that I remember there being like any acting in was the one that had Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Looper, I think. I remember him acting a bit in that one. I don't remember him acting in anything after that. I don't think people should have been casting him. If I was like a casting director, I don't think I would have got like, oh man, look at Bruce Willis's like fucking performance for the past decade, you know? He did good in The Expendables. I never saw that. So, yeah, maybe. His character in Moonrise Kingdom is amazing. Well, yeah, that would have been like right around that time, like earlier, 2012. Yeah, about a decade ago. Yeah, yeah. There are a lot of cheap movies that got off in name recognition. Yeah, I know. I know it's a business. It was the producer who was exploiting him. Really? Man, that's so fucking sad. Because if you're like a producer or an agent or whatever, you also want to make all the money you can, right? Bruce Willis was exploited by movie producers who kept casting him in films, even though he wasn't able to remember his lines or perform because of aphasia, a new report claims. That sucks so fucking much. I thought he was just bored for a while. Like I just thought he didn't give a shit with the acting because we didn't know about the aphasia. Um, I thought he was kind of like um Johnny Depp in the Pirates movies. where they had him like with an earpiece. They were feeding him lines on set, so he didn't even memorize the script. What is aphasia? It's pretty bad. Loss of ability to understand or express speech caused by brain damage. So it's basically like ultra dyslexia, right? Like it's dyslexia, but all speech. It's the part of your brain that controls communication just stops working. It's triple dyslexia, if anything. In September 2020, Emmett was directing Willis, now 67, at midnight in the switchgrass and couldn't get the actor to kick in a door, even with the help of a stunt coordinator, according to several crew members. In frustration, he left the set and a confused Willis asked, "Did I do something wrong?" Jesus. It's just so sad. Bruce can't remember any of his lines. He doesn't know where he is. God damn. So this isn't just like speech then. This is like full brain shutdown disease or something. Jesus, he doesn't even look like he knows where he is in this poster. Look at him. Holy shit. I'm not even like goofing. He like even in here, they he doesn't know like he looks where he is. His condition has advanced into dementia. Whenever the pair would need an infusion of money to pay off debts, they discussed making, quote, another bullshit Bruce Willis movie, according to former assistant Anna Simanska. That's so fucked up. I hope they get blacklisted for this. They probably won't, though. Fuck Hollywood. Yeah, the funny thing is that, like, Hollywood is seen as a bastion of liberal values. It's not. It's in Los Angeles, which is a left-leaning city, and a lot of the artists and actors are left-leaning. But Hollywood is controlled by, they say Jews, it's controlled by ultra-wealthy people who, like all business people, are overwhelmingly slanted towards the right in terms of their biases, you know? They like the way you listen to the right and you'd think that all these Hollywood executives are like bankrolling progressivism for progressivism's sakes, when in reality all of this is like committee driven, and you have these fat cat tyrants sitting there smoking a cigar listening to somebody go like, sir, I can provide you 2.8% market returns in return. Please don't rape my wife the next time she comes in for work. And then like he takes a fat fucking puff of the cigar and he's like, all right. Like it's horrible in there, you know? Everyone knows about the fucking abuse. Everyone knows about the pedophilia. Everyone knew about Brett Weinstein, you know? But the issues here, they have nothing to do with progressivism. It's just ultra wealthy people with a ton of power that have like a huge amount of cultural control. I said, yeah, I did, didn't I? Yeah. I said Brett, yeah, about Harvey Weinstein. We'll keep doing that back and forth, you know, until I get sued for defamation. Hello. What are we doing? What are we contemplating today? I can see him purring. I don't know if it shows up on cam, but even right now he's purring. You looking at a ghost? Hey. You snap your fingers, you see how he turns his ears around? I think my arm blocked it. Okay, he's just all right. Yeah, I'm gonna like turn around and do stream for 1 minute, then hear a clatter behind me, and you're gonna see him like jump up there and knock the whole thing down. Get to the politics streamer, man. Okay, well that was kind of politics. All right, all right. You love staring directly into the light? Okay. All right. I guess he does. That's where he's sitting now. I know it looks like he's being completely blinded by that light, but in reality, this studio is not that bright. I actually have the brightness sensitivity turned up pretty high on the camera. The light there isn't that uncomfortable to look directly into. I'm kind of entranced by him. Vosh, seriously, tell Chad it's mega weird to immediately post Pepe as soon as Jews are mentioned in any context. Yeah, you guys really do have to stop doing that. The whole Pepe posting thing is when you're making fun of somebody else for like dog whistling. If you do it anytime Jews are mentioned, then you're the one doing it. Like it would be indistinguishable from Nick Fuentes' chat. They would also do the same thing. You know? I know you don't mean it that way, but that is how it comes off if you're just like viewing it externally. Why is he look? I'm getting like nervous. What? There's nothing up there. You think he needs to like defend me from ghosts? Here, let me give him a knife. Here you go, Edwin. All right. I don't know if it shows on camera, but it's sheathed. It's in a leather sheath. It's completely harmless to him. I think he's looking in the reflection of the play button. Maybe. Oh. Okay, dude, seriously, you're making me nervous. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Oh, all right, close this. Let him push over the shelf, you fucking coward. Sorry about the ad, by the way, for those who saw it. Okay, we're moving on. We're talking about politics. Let's get the obligatory Elon Musk bit out of the way, like, immediately, because I'm so tired of talking about him, but he keeps getting worse so much faster. Like, so rapidly, you know? I just don't care about Elon. I know, I'm tired of... I understand it's like, well, you know, clickbait, blah, blah. But also, like, it is noteworthy that obscenely wealthy, ultra-powerful business magnate slash, like, far-right conspiracy theorist slash Twitter owner, you know? Like, he just keeps making himself relevant in this respect, which you'd think that a person of his wealth and stature could do other things to make himself relevant, but, you know, I guess not. I guess he's out of ideas. Here. Television interview, okay? Look at this. Look at this. You know the Texas shooter from just a week, maybe a week and a half ago? I forget exactly. So the Texas shooter, the guy with the swastika that was tattooed on his chest, Elon has opinions on this guy. You know, for context, everyone's seen this happen. Elon Musk will, like, no matter how insane the far-right shit you post online on Twitter is, Elon will reply to it saying, like, concerning or, true. It really doesn't matter. He said this about crime rates for black people. He has said this about COVID vaccines, even though in the past he's been pretty explicit about being pro-vaccine because he wasn't grifting to a far-right audience then. You know, I was always pretty, I was always of the opinion that this was like a cynical effort to appeal to the people who had given the most attention. But the more time passes, the more I start to think he might actually genuinely be that stupid. Like, he might be getting radicalized. He's like a Facebook boomer, or like a 14-year-old white boy who went on 4chan one time. I think he might actually be that susceptible. You understand what I'm saying? Let me see if I can't find that one tweet that he made. Please, God, let me find this. Sorry. Where's the George Soros tweet? Oh, there it is. Did he remove it? I couldn't find it. So Elon Musk has taken to like the same kind of anti-Soros JQ posting that you would otherwise see from like a Roman statue avatar Twitter. Soros hates humanity. Like I don't know. It's not surprising to me that somebody who was born in apartheid South Africa would be like ultra far right, but I think he's undergoing this like additional layer of radicalization. I mean, you can see from the interview here. Hold on. Relevant segments.
But I mean, when you link to somebody who's talking about the guy who killed children in a mall in Allen, Texas, and you say something like it might be a bad psyop, I'm not quite sure what you meant, but...
Oh, in that particular case, there was...
Is he smiling? I do also think he has autism. Like, jokes aside, it's one of the reasons he comes off so awkward. I do think he has autism.
There was somehow that's not that the
Artemy knocked over my fucking trash can. Artemy! Shoot! Swear to God.
Obviously people were killed, but it was
shouldn't have given him that knife.
Described to be a white supremacist action, and the evidence for that was some obscure Russian website that no one's ever heard of, that had no followers, and the company that found this.
He had a swastika tattoo. He had a swastika tattoo.
Is Bellingcat.
Right.
And do you know what Bellingcat does? PsyOps.
Right. I couldn't really even follow exactly what it was you were trying.
Nice, phenomenal journalistic work being done here. So, Bellingcat is a website that gets flack from a lot of different directions. Okay, the reason for this is because Bellingcat is a investigative / journalistic / NatSec oriented blog, basically, that has members who used to work for the U.S. State Department. Yeah, they operate as a think tank as well. Now, the Bellingcat slant is definitely one that trends towards establishment neoliberalism. However, I've noticed that a lot of people who hate Bellingcat hate it either because, A, it debunks Russian lies, which it does a lot of, so it's hated by a lot of the left, or B, it says things that are occasionally true, which the right hates. The far right, like the really far right, who likes Russia because they think Russia is like the West's last stand against Judeo-Bolshevism, dislike Bellingcat because they see it as an extension of like American satanic Jewish control over the world. I think that's the angle that Elon is coming from here, because otherwise I can't imagine he would know what Bellingcat is. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Bellingcat is not like, we're not talking CNN here, okay? You generally have to be like, I think, fairly politically knowledgeable to know what Bellingcat is. Like, if you talk to a random person on the street, they're not going to, oh yeah, Bellingcat. It's not like CNN or Fox or whatever. It's pretty niche. Now, Elon, as we know, not the brightest of guys in the best of days. Why would he know about Bellingcat? Well, I'll tell you why. And I'll tell you what, I know this for a fact. God himself could come down from the high heaven and tell me I'm wrong. I'd tell him he's wrong. The reason he knows about this is because he's been spending time hanging out with pro-Russian Nazis. Guarantee it. Remember back when he was litigating on the Russia-Ukraine debacle, and he called Ukraine, like, it was like Lenin's greatest blunder? Or, no, it was Khrushchev's greatest mistake or some shit when it came to, like, the legal political history of Ukraine. Language that only Russians would use. There's no reason for an American or a South African to say that. He's just repeating stuff he's heard. I think he's been hanging out with the kinds of people who think that Bellingcat is like American Jewish, like globo-homo hegemonic control. Guarantee it. Guarantee it.
Trying to express there, so that's in part why I was curious.
I'm saying that I thought the ascribing it to white supremacy was bullshit.
Okay.
And that the information for that came from an obscure Russian website and was somehow magically found by Bellingcat.
He had a swastika tattoo. Also, it's just called basic journalistic work. Bellingcat's actually really good at it. He's so uncharismatic, I don't know how people like him. I'd be willing to bet about 90% of people who like him haven't actually seen him talk that much. They just see, like, that one picture of him on Joe Rogan where he's grimacing while smoking a joint.
Which is a company that does psyops.
They don't do psyops. I don't know what he thinks he means by that. I wish the journalist would ask him, but that's not the kind of interview we're looking at here.
And there's no proof, by the way, that he was not.
Not a psyop? Or not a white supremacist? Both are stupid. Elon responding to Aaron Mate. Oh, shit. I was right. It's the pro-Russian Nazis. Man, getting replied to by Elon Musk is like the fucking death knell, isn't it? NATO state psyop. NATO state psyop. The state of NATO. The state of NATO. Remember what I said, guys? Russian Nazis treat Bellingcat like an extension of far west globo homo Jewish blah 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 blah. By the way, I've accused Aaron Mate of being a Nazi on Twitter before, and his response to say that he's Jewish, and to cry about, like, tattoos. I think I made a joke about a tattoo, and he was like, well, you know who else had tattoos? Holocaust Jewish inmates. Bet you feel pretty stupid now. I don't remember the exact context of the conversation, but yeah. Oh, I made a joke about him fucking his dad. That was it. I said he fucked his dad, and then he said something about I don't remember. The Holocaust thing was out of hat, though. That came out of nowhere, man. Oh, it was because his dad died. Did his dad die in the Holocaust? How old is Aaron Mate? Wait. I know this is an old photo, but, like, wait, his dad, it would have had to have been his granddad who died in the Holocaust, right? There's no way he's old enough. His dad survived the Holocaust? Well, that's good. Wait, then why was he mad at me? What, he survived? Oh, that joke about fucking my dad sure reminded me of the time my father escaped and survived. One of the most horrible acts. Okay. What? I don't even know. Holocaust jokes are still not funny? I didn't make one. He brought it up. Why would I bring it up? I just said I fucked his dad. That's not a Holocaust joke. Fucking his dad would have gotten me in the camps with the fucking pink triangle. This is solidarity.
I would say that there's no proof that he is.
And that's a debate you want to get into on Twitter?
Yes. Because we should not be ascribing things to white supremacy if it's false.
He had a swastika tattoo on his body. Somebody in chat is saying that he was a Mexican supremacist, which wouldn't be surprising to me. White supremacy is alive and well in Mexico because, again, remember, the most powerful, like, you know, class of people in most of Latin America are white people, are descendants of Spanish and Portuguese colonizers from centuries ago, or more recently sometimes. Um, they're the ones who have, like, much like in the United States, they have a disproportionate amount of power and control. Like, think about it. Elon Musk is South African. Hey, South Africa in Africa. Guys, are there white supremacists in South Africa? Well, since he moved, at least one less. Um, like, yeah, areas with history of colonialism from white countries, which is, you know, most of the world. If you look up the SPLC page, they explain exactly how they confirmed the dude's profile from OK Roo was him. Yeah, no, like, obviously, there's no point in, like, litigating or, like, discussing the specifics here. They're saying that it's a psyop because it's politically convenient for them to do it. I consider this flagrant Nazi apologia, for which I'm happy to call Elon himself a Nazi. That plus the Soros posting? Like, yeah, I'm fine saying I just don't think he's that smart. I don't think he has a lot of control over what he says or believes. I think that much like Joe Rogan, I think he's kind of like a combo of Donald Trump and Joe Rogan. He has Donald Trump's narcissism and arrogance, but he has Joe Rogan's penchant to absorb everything he's recently heard like a sponge. And the combination of these two factors make him you know, remarkably fucking stupid. Maybe stupider than Trump. Actually, yeah. I I'm trying to think. I don't think that Donald Trump would let himself fall down this whirlpool like this easily. I think Donald Trump is purely self-interested, but in that way, he's kind of like a boat. Like, he kind of floats, you know? He's consistent in that respect. He's in it for him. He'll say stuff for the accolades and for the praise, but he himself is fairly consistent, even if the stuff he has to say to get the attention isn't. I don't know. Elon just comes across as very weak to me. You guys understand what I'm talking about, don't you? Oh boy. We got clips and clips and clips.
You know, or there are advertisers on Twitter that Linda Yaccarino will come and say, you got to stop, man. Or, you know, I can't get these ads because of some of the things you tweet.
Oh, here we go. From 2 years ago. Who is Vosh and why do I care what he thinks about Syria? Is he a Middle East expert? This is a fascist, by the way. I hope so, because I just got his name tatted on my back. Everyone's doing it. And then I said, good, it'll match your dad's. As in, your dad's tattoo of my name. Tattoo jokes about a Nazi Holocaust survivor. If you're looking for a way to handle getting owned in a debate that you had to quit, this ain't it. What debate did I quit? What debate did I quit? He means Jackson Hinkle? Didn't that debate go on for like 2.5 hours? I don't think any end to that debate wouldn't have been me quitting. I think we could have gone on for 9 hours. I think I could have been sitting here like with a full bladder, like desperately hungry, sleepy, falling asleep in my chair, and he still would have been there, like looking to leech more clout. I'd still be debating now, yeah. Almost as bad as the Matt Binder and Bad Empanada debate. I'm unaware of any such debate. Also, wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. It didn't... I just realized that I've been pausing and unpausing over him in real life pausing. What?
Say, you got to stop, man. Or, you know, I can't get these ads because of some of the things you tweet.
You know, I'm reminded of the scene in The Princess Bride. Great movie.
Great movie.
Where he confronts the person who killed his father. And he says, offer me money. Offer me power. I don't care.
Jesus Christ, this is fucking embarrassing. Bro, please get brain medicine or something. Oh, God.
So you just don't care. You want to share what you have to say.
This is great. This is phenomenal. This is one of the wealthiest people. I bet this is very comforting to his investors and the people who work with him business-wise. He's asked, like, hey, how do you feel about the people saying that all of your businesses are tanking because you're stupid and dumb and poo? And then he stares blankly for 28 seconds before responding with a movie quote from Princess Bride. Yeah, I don't care. The question was about the fear of Tesla investors specifically, yeah? Yeah, man. Fuck. He's so stupid. Guys, we're literally seeing the business equivalent of fascists' propensity towards self-destruction. It is the prerogative of the fascist to ignore empirical reality. To accept empirical reality is to deny the tenets of fascism. So every time fascism is made manifest anywhere in the world, it has a time bomb strapped to it. There will always be a point of implosion. Obviously, given enough time, any system will collapse, like no matter what. That's just how history works. That's how time works. But fascism really likes to push the clock forward. I mean, look at this. Elon Musk, his entire pool of wealth is built on the overestimation of the evaluation of his businesses. In other words, it's all PR and hype. He is the last person on Earth whose answer to the question, how do you feel about this bad PR caused by your behavior, can be, yeah, I don't care. Incredible. Phenomenal. Not to say he's going to go bankrupt or anything, but like, man, you know, there's a reason the Tesla investors wanted him out. Tesla investors, Elon CEO. They've been trying to push him out for a while. And it's been like a back and forth. Look, this was less than a day ago. Elon Musk tells Tesla shareholders he has no plans to step down as CEO. Tesla investors cheer Elon Musk stepping down as Twitter CEO. Where is the Tesla shareholder group complains Elon Musk is too distracted to run company? The funny thing is like, the thing that ostensibly has been distracting him from doing his job as Tesla's CEO is him being obsessed with Twitter. But rather than get somebody to run Tesla, he got somebody to run Twitter. I didn't even cover this, but Twitter has a new CEO. My guess, that she's going to run the company exactly the same way that it was run before Elon bought it, but also, like, 4 times a day, Elon is going to, like, step in and muss things up, and it's going to be a constant struggle between the two. Because Elon, like, literally just wants to tweet all day. Like, that's the only thing he wants to do. And nothing is going to change that. Like, he's not going to be pulled away from that distraction. Linda Yaccarino? She's just some fucking business lady. That's it. She's just a business person. That's it. Yeah, and he still made himself CTO. Yeah, so he's not going to be any less distracted. Maybe he just wants something a little bit more, I don't know, competent, a little bit more, like, business-oriented to manage the day-to-day.
I'll say what I want to say.
Do you think he has sexually harassed her yet?
And if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
Oh, hey! Wow. Legally, executives have a fiscal responsibility to maximize profit for their shareholders. That is the shareholders love that. That's great. Oh, that's great. I love being a Tesla investor looking at this.
I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
Unbelievable. You literally can't say it. I'm pretty sure him saying this would actually be grounds for a civil suit in some cases to oust him. I don't know if they're going to, because that would be incredibly damaging, like, broadly. But yeah, that's like, yeah, I don't, just so you guys understand, if any CEO of any corporation said, I'm going to say what I want to say on Twitter. I don't care if the company loses money. That would be the end of them being CEO. Without a doubt, guaranteed. It's the fact that Elon has so much personal clout is the only reason he's being saved from an immediate forcible ousting. This is a legal thing. This isn't just like a business. This isn't just like etiquette. It's legal. You have to do this. You can get in trouble if you don't. Well, that was smart. Anyway.
You know what you wrote. You tweeted this thing about George Soros. Well, I'm looking for it because I want to make sure I quote it properly. But I mean, you know what you wrote. But you basically.
It reminds me of Magneto. This is like, calm down, people. This is not like made a federal case.
Oh yeah, he compares George Soros to Magneto, perhaps not understanding that Magneto is a sympathetic character in basically every adaptation of the X-Men. Like, even the like big popular ones. Like in the movies, he's always framed as sympathetic. Maybe there's a couple of editions where he's not, or there's some like runs of the comic where he's just a regular villain. Okay, I'm not even a huge X-Men fan, but just so people know why this is such an anti-Semitic comparison, Magneto is Jewish, canonically. He's a Holocaust survivor, canonically. So not only is Elon missing the point by comparing Soros, a person he doesn't like, to a sympathetic character, he's making a derogatory comparison in his mind by comparing Soros, who's Jewish, to a Holocaust survivor. I need you to understand how pointed this is. He's missing the point, but also in his own mind where the comparison works, it is a deeply anti-Semitic thing to say. It's much more anti-Semitic than people normally doing the like JQ posting over Soros, because normally they just do this, oh, he's a globalist, oh, he's a demon, blah, blah. Okay, is that anti-Semitic? It is, yeah, because they are going after him for being Jewish. There are other, like, billionaires they could go after, like, say, for instance, I don't know, the one right here on screen, who does constantly use his money to promote social causes that he cares about, all evil ones. But no, to specifically draw the comparison to Magneto, the thing that's most fucked up is that depending on what, like, interpret, because again, it's Western comics, right? So there's a million writers. But depending on how you want to go about it, Magneto is a radical mutant civil rights activist who was meant to be an allegory for Malcolm X when compared to the MLK that is Professor X. I don't know why they gave the X to the person who wasn't Malcolm X. But basically, it's mutant rights activism, and on one hand, you have a university where Professor X tries his best to get everyone to get along and solve crimes and, be cooperative. And on the other hand, you have Magneto, who's a terrorist, but he's a terrorist for mutant rights. And, I think, like, the first X-Men movie opens with an assassination attempt on the president from, the devil guy, for Nightwing. No, that's a Batman guy. X-Men 2 does. It's the second X-Men movie. That's right. The first X-Men movie opens with them killing a right-wing senator. The second one opens with them trying to assassinate the president. That's it. Deeply political movies, actually. I feel like it'd be worth it for me to go back and watch them sometime. They were certainly aware of the political allegories behind the original X-Men characters. Like, there was no myth of apolitical superheroism there, I think. I think there was actually, I'm sorry, I know I'm kind of dragging this on, but I want to tie this together. I think there was recently a run with Magneto where he was speaking to, like, a gay kid, and he was talking about how, like, the arc of history moves forward or something. I saw it on Twitter. It looked like it was quite nice. Oh yeah. Because, like, it was, again, with the X-Men being created initially as like a civil rights allegory, they tend to pull it back to stuff like that decently often. I'm the gay kid, believe it or not. I believe you. Well, anyway. Damn, I mean, if this is Soros, then Soros was pretty cool. I thought Soros was just another piece of shit billionaire, but you know. The first movie starts with Magneto in Auschwitz. Oh God, that's true. Yeah. They literally open the movie with that. It's the opening scene from the first movie. They never... Shitty image, but like, yeah. Okay, this isn't the scene from the... Okay, to be clear, the first movie does not open with a cutout shot of this. This is edited after. It's here. Okay, this looks really dumb. Okay, there. Okay, yeah. Man, can you... Okay, can we just be real for a second? Modern Marvel would not have the balls opening a movie with a fucking Holocaust scene. They barely even mention Nazis in the Captain America movie. Like, what Nazis? Holocaust? What Holocaust? What are you talking about? What? Whoa, no. This is Hydra. This is Hydra. Holocaust. What Holocaust? What are you talking about? They would not have the balls. They would never. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Oh, whoops.
Tweeted this thing about George Soros. Well, I'm looking for it because I want to make sure I quote it properly.
One of the newer X-Men movies had him hunting and killing Nazis in Argentina. Fuck, that's based. Wait, which one was that? I never saw Logan. Or Days of Future Past. Was that First Class? I saw First Class. I guess I just didn't remember it. Wait, was First Class the one where they had a black guy enter frame and he was like, my power is that I can't be killed. And then 5 minutes later, he's the first guy to die? That's the one? Okay. I think that's the only thing I remember from that movie. Sorry.
But, I mean, you know what you wrote, but you basically...
It reminds me of Magneto. It's just like, you know, calm down, people. This is not like made a piddle case out of it.
You also... you said he wants to...
I don't even know what he said there.
...erode the very fabric of civilization, and Soros hates humanity. Like, when you do something like that, do you
I think that's true. That's my opinion.
Okay, but why share it? Why share it?
This interviewer should be retired. Why are you saying why share it? Why not challenge the premise? The only thing this guy... Okay, guarantee the only reason... Wait, hold on. Actually, wait. Maybe this interviewer is genius, okay? Maybe this guy understands the best way to take down Elon is to indicate to the investors of Tesla that he just does not give a shit about how well the company does. Maybe this is actually some like 12-head shit where we're not even going to talk about the political values. We're just going to talk about your lack of self-control. Maybe.
Especially because, I mean, why share it when people who buy Teslas may not agree with you? Advertising.
Yeah, I think that's actually what he's doing. Maybe. I'm trying to be charitable here.
On Twitter may not agree with you. Why not just say, hey, I think this. You can tell me. We can talk about it over there. You can tell your friends. But why share it widely?
I like how he's asking this, by the way, because for most people who aren't like Twitter, social media addicted Zoomers, the idea of why do you share every thought that passes through your head on social media is like a valid question to ask, you know? Like, okay, I understand you woke up at 7:32 a.m. and thought, man, that bussy do be bussin'. But why did you tweet it? Elon, we've all had thoughts like this. Elon, isn't a pussy just a wet hand? Yeah, we've all thought this. Did you have to tweet it? And Elon pauses for 12 seconds and then gives the Princess Bride quote again.
I mean, this is freedom of speech. I'm allowed to say what I want.
You absolutely are, but I'm trying to...
He's so fucking retarded. Oh my god. This is why I can't stop covering him, man. He's so stupid. I know, I genuinely do think he's dumber than Trump. Like, maybe by a significant amount. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand. Holy shit. Oh my God.
understand why you do, because you have to know it's got a it puts you in the middle of the partisan divide in the country. It makes you a lightning rod for criticism. I mean, do you like that?
Somebody in chat said this interviewer is actually a financial reporter, not like a political reporter. And that would make a lot of sense, because this basically is like a parent having a sit down with a child being like, now, did you have to, like, you know, do we have a bit of self-control, you know? Yeah, CNBC, I know. I didn't see it for a while because I tend to look at my OBS monitor for when I'm looking at videos with you guys. Excuse me. Oh my God, I drank so much coffee, and my cam is covering up the CNBC thing.
You know, people today saying he's an anti-Semite. I don't think you are.
No, I'm definitely. I'm like a pro-Semite. If anything.
This is what I say when I receive criticism.
I believe that probably is the case.
Yes.
But why would you even introduce the idea then that would be the case?
I mean, look, we don't want to make this a George Soros interview.
No, God, no. I don't want to.
Wow, he can't even answer that. He couldn't even say, I don't think that George Soros is representative of all Jewish people. That would have been like the easiest thing in the world to say, and that would have probably ended the conversation right there. Elon was also ADL posting. Oh my God, he's a fucking groiper. He's a bro. He's like the modern Henry Ford, as in he's like an ultra wealthy, powerful person who just got radicalized into like far-right anti-Semitism because he's politically retarded. I don't actually know how Henry Ford got to be anti-Semitic. I don't know if he was radicalized into it or if he was like raised into it, basically. What does ADL mean? ADL means Anti-Defamation League. It's a political organization that tries to push against discrimination. It's also like, it's not good. The ADL isn't good. The ADL, guys, the ADL is the Zionist one, right? Or is that the Southern? No, that's not the Southern Poverty Law Center. It's the ADL, right? Yeah, the ADL is pretty Zionist. It's very pro-Israel because it is a Jewish organization. Yeah. AIPAC is the Zionist thing. Well, AIPAC is another Zionist thing, I think. Musk follows Fuentes on Twitter, by the way. Is that true? Huh. Have you seen Shapiro's tweet on Soros? Well, Shapiro will do the same thing. Shapiro's like only metric for whether or not somebody is Jewish is like how pro-Israel are they and how anti-Palestine are they. So like he's going to say the same thing like literally every fucking time. Never forget though that like if anyone could be described as a fake Jew, it would probably be the person who correctly pointed out that Trump's movement was full of neo-Nazis and then shut up about it the nanosecond that it became politically disadvantageous to criticize them for it. That's some pretty bad behavior right there, gotta say. Wait, no, he doesn't. I'm retarded. Sorry, Fuentes is banned on Twitter. Don't disinfo post in my chat. No, I know, Minesink. Yeah, Netanyahu is a Holocaust revisionist. Wait, Laura Ingraham got fired? Wait, end segment. Did she just get fired? Breaking. This is like 30 minutes ago. Drudge Report dropped a bomb. She's no longer in the lineup. Oh, shit. The leopards are feasting on faces. Man, they are... Guys, do you think that CNN and Fox are going to switch places? Do you think 5 years from now Fox News is going to be full of like Lincoln Project Republicans and CNN is going to be full of like Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, Laura is really fucking bad. Laura is one of the worst ones, yeah. Is your camera closer / you more zoomed in than usual? Not here, no. Maybe here. I've still been doing adjustments on the new picture-in-picture webcam. It's also been confirmed that Tucker was ousted as part of the settlement with Dominion. Really? Wait, that was literally part of the agreement? Holy shit, Dominion had them by the fucking balls. I need to see an article on that before I believe it, though. I need to see an article on that. That's crazy. Demanding your, like, top guy be fired as part of a settlement, that's fucking crazy. I need to see that. Sorry. I feel like, yeah, my head needs to... There we go. The Drudge Report dropped a siren-blaring scoop on Wednesday, and a siren-blaring scoop, okay? Announcing an imminent shape of Fox News, eventually reporting Sean Hannity will take over at 8. Nobody cares about Sean Hannity. They're giving him the 8? Wait, what did he have before? Does anyone know what time slot Sean Hannity had before? He had the 4? Oh, no, Hannity was at 9? Okay, so rolling him back to 8 is a big deal. But nobody cares about Hannity. They're in trouble. Ooh. Confirmed? It was rested in an unwritten agreement to fire Tucker Carlson. Holy shit. Both Dominion and Fox deny the report. Okay, so this is like... Okay, gotcha. 60-plus people do care about Hannity. Yeah, but Hannity doesn't have the energy that Tucker Carlson does. Listen, Hannity's like, okay, is he a piece of shit? Yes, of course, we're right. He's popular with boomers. But he doesn't have this, like, pluralistic, uniting capability that Tucker Carlson had. And Laura Ingraham is one of the worst people still on Fox. So... Okay, wait. I'm not a betting man, and this ain't financial advice, but if any of you have your stocks lined up, okay, if ever there was a time to invest in Newsmax, I'm just saying, all right? This would be a phenomenal time. Not financial advice. Just saying. Aren't they privately held? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm literally an idiot. Newsmax has even been beating out CNN recently. Fuck! We're gonna have to start doing Newsmax segments again, aren't we? Fox News is doing everything in their power to make themselves irrelevant compared to, like, other things, and CNN is fucked. Oh, man. CNN's Trump town hall spectacularly backfires, ratings fall. Good! Fuck them! No, seriously, fuck them. Fuck them more than anyone else. Right now, I would rather see CNN sink than Fox. If I had to choose which company to fucking orbital strike right now, if I could fucking Thanos-snap one of these corpos off the face of the earth, it'd be CNN. Because with Fox, what happens if I get rid of Fox, right? Oh, I took out my opposition. Great, sure, phenomenal, all right? With CNN, they need to suffer for this switch-up they've done. This, oh, we're going to try to look more towards the center of the aisle. This bullshit, they need to suffer for it. It was a bad strategy to go with because far-right people are not going to move over to CNN just because, like, 1/3 of the things they say are as retarded as they are, right? They need full, total isolation, a vacuum chamber shit. They need an echo chamber, all right? That's what Newsmax is for. That's what OAN is for. CNN can't provide that. I hope they suffer for this. And it seems they are. The town hall itself on May 10th attracted more than 3 million viewers. However, just 2 days later, CNN had an average total of 335 viewers between 8 and 11 p.m. Holy shit! Dude, cable is dead, but this is double dead. 1/3 of a mil? For CNN? Okay, I don't know how many Zoomers in chat know this, but for most of my lifetime, CNN has been like the monolithic news company. Like CNN was like the bedrock of American news infrastructure. And they fell so quickly. And all you had to do, you stupid fucking idiots, was move left. Newsmax is beating you in viewers when they were set up with a fucking plywood and duct tape because they're insane enough to appeal to the right. What the American people want, what the American people need, is a cable option for left populism. Farther left than MSNBC. You could have done this. You know, Jon Stewart was giving them shit for this. Who was Jon Stewart being interviewed by? Was it Larry King? I don't remember. Where he was like, "Well, you guys are terrible." He was talking to one of the big CNN people. Was it Larry King? And he was basically saying, "Well, like, you dog on mainstream media," and Jon Stewart was like, "Well, yeah, I do. You know, because you guys are terrible. You have the infrastructure to make a real difference, and you don't." Does anyone else remember that interview? This was a long time ago. This was a while ago. This was back when CNN was more top dog. And Jon Stewart's argument was basically like, CNN has the ability to massively improve the world, and they just don't. They choose not to. Was it Crossfire with Tucker? No, it wasn't. It wasn't a Crossfire. That's a different thing. No, that's a different thing. That's a different thing. Yes, it was? Really? No. It was? I watched it like 2 weeks ago? Huh. Why do I remember that being Larry King? It was Larry King? That's the reason they canceled Crossfire? No. You guys are mixing two things up. This isn't the Crossfire interview, okay? No. It's not Crossfire. Stop. I've seen the Crossfire thing. This is a different thing. Maybe there's multiple incidents. Jon Stewart has been relevant for decades. Isn't John Oliver leftist cable news? Or John Oliver's pretty great. Yeah. Hold on. Jon Stewart, CNN, you guys are terrible. Larry King! This is, guys, this right here, this space of air, this is your head. Jon Stewart insists CNN is terrible while on CNN. Not every day that on CNN's Larry King Live, Stewart tells the host point blank, "You're terrible." For his part, King takes the Comedy Central person, blah, blah, blah. Stewart explains why he picks the network. I think, so this is Jon Stewart. I think, that'll get me copyrighted, Andy. I think CNN has wait, actually, it's Larry King Live. Would that get me copyrighted? I'm not going to risk it. I think CNN has an opportunity to be a real arbiter, but being a real arbiter means taking a stand, not just having people on. You're on the left, you're on the right. That's like having people on in the Cola Wars. You're from Pepsi, you're from Coke. What do you think? I think we taste great. That's all the time we have, folks. You know, it's about being authoritative. It's about earning credibility. CNN, more than anyone, has the infrastructure to be able to accomplish that. And instead, they make a holographic Jessica Yellen, and they make her come up as a holograph on election night. Do you remember that? Yes, unfortunately, we do. I don't.
There are 30...
Okay. Oh my god, she's a fucking Force ghost. Sorry, this was 14 years ago. This is before my time. It's before I was paying attention to politics, really. No, it's a recurring theme of Jon Stewart's criticisms, Alice. Okay, sorry. I guess the lesson here is that investors should put money towards the Vosh network, huh? Huh? VNN, let's go. VNN, let's go. It's time. All right, cut the segment. Guys, can I wait really quickly off segment, okay? Can I I want to vent some frustrations to you guys. It's gonna make me sound like a loser, but that's okay. I don't have self-esteem issues. I've lost a lot of weight in my life, you know? I'm pretty good at it, I think. Like, I know what to do. Because I've always fluctuated a lot weight-wise. Like, I take it seriously, I don't. I take it seriously, I don't, blah, blah. But, like, it's the weirdest thing, man. Normally, when I eat like shit for a while, and then I start dieting, I lose like 10 pounds in a week because it's like water weight. That's like a normal thing. You lose water weight and like the weight of the food in your stomach, literally. Like then from then on, you're just burning fat, and it takes a lot longer. For some reason, I am losing no weight right now. 210 to June is not happening. I have no idea why. I'm eating 1,800 calories a day, which is very little for someone of my size. For a 230-pound, like 6'2" guy, it's very little. And I'm going on walks every day, like long walks, like difficult. It's called getting old. No. So let me be clear, super quick, okay? A 29-year-old male has the metabolism to lose weight at 1,800 calories a day plus exercise. That's not an issue here, okay? 29 is not. We haven't hit that wall, okay? The only thing I can think of, because I feel like I look skinnier than I am, or sorry, I look like I've gotten skinnier, is that the walking has like stimulated my muscles, and they're like a thirsty weed, and they're like slurping up all the nutrients, and I'm getting like rapidly my muscles are inflating with the water, which is possible. That sounds stupid, but that is the thing that can happen. But like I have been like exactly 234 for 2 weeks now, despite 1,800 calories a day plus exercise, which makes me wonder if there's like I hope there's not like an issue, you know? Are you doing any exercises that aren't like treadmills or weights? Just a little bit. I'm mostly working on my ass. You always have to work out your ass. Do you have Adderall these days? No, I don't. I've been unmedicated ADHD wise for months. I got Ritalin, but that stopped working like pretty much immediately. It's not the Ritalin isn't the thing that works with my body, it seems. So I got it helped for like 1 day, but then after that it's done like nothing basically. You keeping track of nutrition? Well, to be clear, I eat like shit. Half my calories every day are Pop-Tarts, but it's still 1,800. Still 1,800. Why'd you stop Adderall? We're out of it. We do have Adderall, you know? We have like 2 weeks of Adderall. Vermin. And I'm saving that up for like an emergency. I actually took some today because I woke up so tired I barely got in the stream time. Why does Vosh think he could physically harm us? Okay, Kowalski, I couldn't beat you in a fight. You're a fucking farmer. I could probably beat most of these pansies in a fight, but not you. Jesus Christ, I've seen your body. Why would you say that? Like you're speaking for chat, like, there's no way Vosh seriously thinks he could beat us up, and you're like you're like fucking hulking out above the rest of chat. Come on. Ritalin can make people gain or lose weight. Really? Hold on. Fix your hair, I love you. I gotta put hairspray on. Hold on. Wait. Can Ritalin make you gain weight? No, stimulants are used to lose weight, not gain weight. But I guess that because Ritalin doesn't really work for me, that it wouldn't have the same effect as Adderall. But it doesn't matter what my appetite is because I'm still eating 1,800 calories a day. That's not a lot. 1,800. That's not a lot. Here, here? Basal metabolic rate calculator. It's your sleep hours? Oh, my sleep is fucked. I need to do a sleep panel. It's just expensive. Are calories the only thing that matters? For losing weight, yes. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, okay? Sure, you know, metabolism, blah, blah. But people are like, oh, your macros, your micros. Wrong. For weight loss, weight gain, just calories. It's just the raw amount of calories your body takes in and out. If you want to be healthy, you have to consider a lot more than that. But for weight gain and loss, that is it. Because calories are energy, and energy is what your body burns or stores to lose or gain fat. Here, BMR calculator. Hold on. Age 29. Oh, fuck, I'm old now. Height 6'2". Hell yeah. Weight 230. A lot of that's my dick, though. Yeah, sedentary, little to no exercise, 2,500 calories a day. So eating 1,800 is like nothing. Exercise equals 15 to 30 minutes of elevated heart rate activity. We'd say that's a good walk. So exercise 4 to 5 times a week, 3,000 calories. I'm like 1,200 calories below my basal metabolic rate. Have you felt colder recently? There's a heat wave, so I can't tell. Vosh is 29. I thought he's like 35. Thanks. Maybe it's all your salt intake. Oh, I have so much salt. Okay, I have so much salt. Because the thing is, like, I've always had a ton of salt, which means that... But then I've gotten blood work done and my sodium levels are fine, which makes me think, like, okay, I can just do this forever, you know? Because that's how it works. When I have Pop-Tarts, I actually sprinkle pretzel salt on the plate, so that the little, like, cinnamon goo, when you break it open, I can have some salt with it. It's like a nice little crunch to it, you know? So it's like a tasty confectionery, like, you know? Because otherwise it's not salted enough. You should salt basically everything. I'm struggling to think of a single food you shouldn't salt. Coffee, maybe? Stop it with the salt. I stopped putting so much salt in everything and I feel much better. Why would salt make a difference? It's fine. It's just salt. It's fine. Salt's never hurt me. It's never hurt you. Do you just sprinkle salt on cake? I'm sorry. Have you ever had something called a chocolate cake, you fucking moron? Yeah, a little bit of flaky salt on top of a nice dark chocolate ganache. You kidding me? You get a little of that crunch as you bite into it. What are you talking about? Come on. Everything is improved with salt. Salt's great. Cake already has salt in it by default. Not enough. The other day I had some pretzels that I made in the oven, like in a frozen box. They were pretty good. But there was a problem. The packet of salt they gave me wasn't enough. Thankfully, I keep a liter of pretzel salt in my cupboard at all times, so that I can supplement all things that I eat with more pretzel salt. Because pretzel salt is, of course, the best salt to add on top of stuff, except for maybe finishing salt, but it really depends on what you're eating. And I have that too, anyway. Like 8 types of salt in my... Do you have truffle salt? Yes. Expensive truffle salt. Very good truffle salt. Very good. The Vosh salt. Hey! It's like, it's a horse-like behavior. It's like a salt lick. Yeah, what you can't see is that there's a giant Himalayan salt crystal right here, right off camera. And whenever I'm just chilling here playing games, not streaming, I'm just like... It was funny as fuck. As someone with ADHD, have you always had a fucked up sleep schedule because I've never slept well? Yeah, it's always been pretty bad. It's been a lot worse since I, like, went to college, though. Having, like, I know it sounds kind of, like, childish, but it is true that, like, living with my parents, who have always had a really good sleep schedule, has always helped. Well, okay, wait, hold on. I definitely get my bad sleep tendencies from my father. I'm pretty sure he has, like, narcolepsy? Or, no, insomnia. The other one. The one where you can't sleep. Which you can probably see because my dad is like 60, but he still tweets at 4 a.m. sometimes. Ugh. Is your blood pressure okay? Yeah, actually, the last time I got my blood pressure checked, I actually got a perfect score. It was actually, what is it, 80 over 120? Or is it 120 over 80? Like, it was a statistical unlikelihood because it can vary 1 or 2 points, 120 over 80 or whichever the good one is, but I actually got perfect on that. You're going to die of a stroke when by 50? How? All my blood work is fine and so is my blood pressure. What do you mean? Where would the stroke come from? They'll get worse? Well, right now they're doing fine. If you had a doctor put a finger up your butt recently, you don't need to get a prostate exam when you're 29. People normally start getting that when they're 40. Unless? All right. All right. Just got to keep exercising. And I'll have less salt. Wait, hold on. Daily recommended sodium intake. 2,300. Let me try to wrap my head around how much sodium I take in a day. Okay. That equals about a teaspoon of table salt. Oh shit. Wait. Hold on. A teaspoon of table. Wait, hold on. Wait, no. Hold on. We're probably getting about 5 to 6 times this amount a day. Maybe I should cut down on the amount of salt I put on stuff. Unless it hasn't hurt me yet. Fuck that, salt is delicious. Yeah, that's what I'm always thinking. The excess salt thing has been debunked. Is that true? Oh god, Vermin, really? What happened? What the fuck? You're not eating 10 grams of salt a day? Pretty easily. Yeah, 10 grams? That's all it takes? Oh, yeah, it says no more than 2,300 milligrams per day. So the 2,300 is like the upper end. Oh, Jesus, Furman, that's fucking awkward. Vermin, if you send me the pictures you sent me over text on Discord, maybe we can show chat. If it's like a good or a bad idea, your decision. Yeah, I need to think of like one food item that I eat. Hold on. What's like one food item that I eat? Okay, hold on. Tyson's air-fried chicken nuggets, which I normally have 4 servings of, which is about 600 calories, more or less. And then I add salt on top of it. So hold on. More nutritional info. 520 milligrams. So if I have 4 servings, then that's the maximum amount of sodium that I can have. And then I add the salt, and that's one of my meals in one day. This seems like an unsolvable problem. Maybe I could just add taco seasoning to everything. That's fine, right? What about hot sauce? Hot sauce is good for you. Yeah, hot sauce. Those have salt. Okay, you can get hot sauce that has a low amount of sodium. Also, you don't need much for it. Hot sauce and plain yogurt. That's true, I do have that a lot. Fuck, this is so fucking cucked, man. Holy shit. All right, hold on. Use nutritional yeast. Yeah, I guess that's also an option. The real fucking problem is that I just like, I would have such an easier time dieting if I could cook chicken breasts, but I really hate doing it. I get so squicked out with meat. I feel like the more time passes, the more my body is telling me that I should go like at least vegetarian or something. I hate handling raw meat. Be vegan? No, I'm not gay. Thanks. If you want me to meal prep chicken breasts, I can do that. It's not hard. Yeah, if we could, I mean, I can do it. I'm not like a baby or whatever. I feel like if I could just get like a giant 8-pack of chicken breasts and then cook them all in a steam pot and then tear them up like we did with the burrito night the other day, Vermin, and then I just had that for like a week or two, that'd be pretty dope. But I can't add salt. Maybe give potassium a salt a try. Okay, that sounds like it'll kill me. Do you guys want to see something cute real quick? Okay, we don't know exactly how things are going to pan out, because we can't see the future. However, just to be clear to everyone, just because I know there's always speculation on stuff like this, you know, Danil, the beloved kitten who died recently, had a condition that was not a product of the fact that he is a Devon Rex. So sometimes people will say, well, certain breeds of cats have like specific health issues. And to an extent, that's true. Pigeon, for example, has a heart murmur, which is a condition specific to Sphinx cats. Now, thankfully, the heart murmur, which is like a thickening of the walls of the heart, can be treated with aspirin. If you just give them some aspirin from time to time and you get them regular checkups, it can be okay. So that's fine. Not exactly an extensive cost, and it doesn't hurt them in any way day to day. So it's just, you know, it's just a dumb cat, right? Artemy has like elevated calcium levels. Just cats have health problems the same way humans do. He's fine, of course. He's totally healthy. Now, Danil's problems were severe, overwhelming, and specific to him. So we don't have any problems with getting another Devon Rex because, you know, we do think they're really cute. And there is a Devon Rex we're looking at. Now, there are no guarantees. We don't know for sure. But this one is from the same genetic line as Danil. So you might recognize a stupid fucking face in this adorable ginger baby. Come on. Come on. Look at this adorable little goblin. He's got the same gigantic oversized ears. Not the angry eyebrows, but that was a special Danil thing. Wah. Look at this little guy. Is this one all right and not fried? Yeah, well, the breeder for Danil felt really bad about because we did buy Danil, of course. And Devon Rex cats are not cheap, and we've been offered another Devon Rex cat for free. And given that, you know, is that chapstick? It's so small. Yep, that's chapstick right there. Teeny tiny little baby. Look at that. Here, you can see the chapstick here as well. Look at that. That's how small he is. He was 8 weeks in this picture, I think. Yeah. Devon Rex cats are pretty small in general, though. He's got a sad face. I like that he kind of has... He's got a very ponderous face, which I think is very cute. Exactly, Marsquake, yeah. Does he have a name? I believe so, but we would probably rename it if we got him. We don't have a name idea. Is this a new cat? No, this is not our cat. This is a cat that we are considering. That's all. Just very, very cute. But yeah, to be clear, even though this cat and Danil are related, the problems that Danil had were a Danil thing. Oh, nice, Furman. His name should be Silica Packet. I won't deny that's a good name. But we're probably going to keep with the pathologic naming scheme. All right, moving on. Okay, so apparently this just happened. Is the Ecuadorian coup right? The Ecuadorian coup's right behind me, isn't it? Ecuador president invites more unrest by dismissing legislature. So this is cool. It seems there's a military coup going on in Ecuador at the moment. I think we've talked about this a little bit, but he's facing the impeachment vote, and he responded with the boss top G move of just taking over the entire government. So that's super cool. Facing a looming impeachment vote triggered a constitutional clause to dissolve government, a politically fraught move that could spark protests. The Ecuadorian leader has invoked a procedure known as mutual death, where the opposition-led National Assembly is dissolved and snap elections will be caused, according to a decree published on the website of the presidency. What? Sorry, according to a decree published on the website, that's how he made it known that he was doing a coup? He posted it on his fucking blog? Is the Ecuadorian president cringe? As I remember correctly, yes. This is like what happened in their neighbor country, Peru, last year, but the difference is that the president is the right wing. Man, Latin America. Jesus. My God. I don't really know enough about Ecuador to have any, like, strong opinions on this. Does he have military support? Probably. What the fuck is this? What is wrong with you people? Jesus. Ecuador's opposition and influential Federation of Indigenous Organizations have previously promised mass protests of Lazo instead of Muerta Cruzada. Okay, okay, I'm not an expert on Latin America, even close, okay? However, in my experience, when looking at Latin American politics, a good, like, litmus test for every political beef is whichever side the indigenous people are on, that's the good one. Not always, but overwhelmingly, if there's a conflict and indigenous rights groups are on one side of things, that's probably the good one to be on. Not always, I'm sure, but yeah, mostly. Sick art. Yeah, it looks pretty good here. This is at the National Assembly. Man, wouldn't it be cool if our boring-ass fucking legislative building had any cool shit in it instead of, like, being boring and gay? Also, they all have computers. Oh my god, they're living in the future. Looks really cool. I think one of the reasons I really like this is because I feel like all of these would be hung up as degenerate art in Nazi Germany. You know what I mean? None of this is like boring paint by numbers like Euro classicism or whatever. This is all well, I don't know if I'd call it avant-garde today, but back when it was commissioned it probably was, you know, obviously. Read the Spanish words, Vosh. Somos como la paja del páramo que se la arranca y vuelve a crecer. That was my best guess. That was my best attempt, okay? There we go. I tried my best. That was fine. Shut up. Sorry, yeah. They have the text of this ancient language written on the walls. Desgraciado del pueblo donde los jóvenes son humildes con el tirano Montalvo. Nice. Spanish is very satisfying to say, don't you guys think? Like, even if you have no idea what you're saying and you're mispronouncing it? Isn't Spanish like a satisfying language to roll, like, just let roll off the tongue? I mean, you literally roll your R's sometimes. Yeah, it flows very well. I don't know why people say that, like, French is the like the most romantic. French sounds disgusting. I genuinely don't get it. I think like Spanish sounds suave as fuck. German sounds cool. Italian sounds, I don't know, aggressive, energetic, enthusiastic, but I don't understand like French. I don't know enough about Portuguese to distinguish it really from Spanish, except it just sounds like uglier Spanish to me, but yeah. I grew up in Los Angeles, okay? I heard a lot of Spanish and not a lot of Portuguese. Hot take, but I find Chinese very sexy when women speak it. Man, I mean, you can cancel me for this. It's crazy to me. Chinese sounds so different to Korean and Japanese, and so much worse to me. When I watching Parasite for Korean, I guess would be the most obvious, or like all the fucking anime with Japanese. But whenever I hear any Chinese, maybe it's because I don't watch much Chinese media. So when I hear Chinese, it's usually like state broadcasters with like the subtitles underneath them. That might actually be it. Actually, no, come to think of it, that's a real bias. When I hear Japanese being spoken, it's from professional voice actors. And when I hear Korean being spoken, at least for Parasite, it was from professional actors. When I hear Chinese being spoken, it's like news broadcasts, politicians, agencies, or regular people getting translated in subtitles, which means that there's no like audio editing, there's no professional voice delivery. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I could stand to watch, I don't know, the Karl Marx anime in its original Chinese, or what, Genshin Impact with with Chinese language. You mean Mandarin, I assume? Yes, the state yes, the Mandarin, the state language, yes, not Cantonese. I know there are a billion languages in China. Listen to a Turkish TV broadcast. Sorry, we're anti-Turkish now. We're Greek nationalists. Like an actual Marx anime exists? Yeah. It was made a couple of years ago. It's Chinese. 2019. Chinese animated web series that got made into... Yeah, look. They yassified him. Ain't that cute? I have to say, okay, you know how Korean people hate Japanese, like the Japan and Japanese people for reasons that have a decent amount of historical precedent? You know, like you could look in a history book and go like, oh, you know. I know China has the same reason to hate Japan. I feel like one of the reasons China is having kind of like this fascist revivalism cultural crisis is because it feels like China's culture is a lot more muddled than other countries. Everybody knows what Japanese culture looks like because they're this massive exporter of cultural influence. Like Japan, like the world around understands like elements of Japanese culture through their exports, right? Less so Korea. And I think that that contributes to a sense of national resentment. But what would the average person say if you asked them what like Chinese global culture is? China has a far larger population and larger economy and a global export market. So where's their cultural export? When I think of cultural exports from China, I think of like Genshin Impact and other gotcha games. There are like a there are like a million shitty fucking like churned out third person action games where you play as like a kung fu fighter in the Han dynasty or whatever, and you fight a bunch of overdressed demons that are like copying Japanese aesthetics somehow, despite being based on Chinese lore, because they're like curbing this from like platinum game shit. I don't know. There's a lot of cultural stuff from China that feels really muddled. I wonder if there's this revivalist tendency to like get back to the roots or whatever. Like, because their culture is so dominated by trying to like produce Chinese knockoffs of everything the rest of the world is doing. Does anyone understand what I'm talking about? I'm not an expert on this, but like I know what I'm talking about is a real thing. China produces so much stuff and they knock off so much stuff because they don't respect copyright laws from other countries that they like make they try to make their own version of stuff, but it's always this like cheap hack to, not always, but like often a cheap hack together thing, you know? Like look at Genshin Impact and tell me that they're not like cribbing off of Japan there. Like like look at that and tell me they're not like copying notes in terms of aesthetic, cultural norms, tropes, that kind of stuff. Of course they are. And Breath of the Wild, which is, you know, Japanese because Nintendo's Japanese. What we're sold is not necessarily what they consume. That's true. That is true. What they sell to us is not necessarily what they consume, but there is an overlap, right? There is an overlap. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be more interested in learning. I want to learn more about what the internal culture of India and China are. We consider stuff such big deals here, like in America or whatever. We've only got a third of a billion people. Like they both got 1.5 billion. It's like huge. They're so much cultural engagement, you know? Vosh, for fuck's sake, please listen to an ethnic Han person. No, guys, please, please. Guys, China's colossal. Go to a Chinese person and ask them about China, and you could actually them, okay? Come on, it's so big. I'm generalizing. I know there's a billion caveats to everything. I know. I'm not saying China has no culture. Didn't they purposefully nuke their culture like 60 years ago? Yes, and they've been trying to undo it. The Cultural Revolution was literally like the mass destruction of Chinese historical artifacts and culture that was more prominent in the coastal and the cities, but like not so much in the rural areas. And lately, the past few decades, the Chinese Communist Party has been trying to undo it by like reviving an interest in Chinese history, you know? Mao saw China as weak and wanted to gut the culture. I mean, a lot of it was pretty, you know, um, traditional. China's like the oldest continuous government, isn't it? Is there another one? Isn't China the oldest like country that we would know of? The China kind of like was the first country to have like a civic society, you know, like an administrative state. Egypt? Yeah, but okay, isn't there something different about that? Like there's a discontinuation with Egypt. Like there's a reason we say ancient Greece and ancient Egypt, but we don't say ancient China, do we? We just say China back then. There's something about China that's this continuous. Do we? So do you guys think that's the same? Like ancient Egypt is like ancient China? But ancient, like modern Egyptians are Muslim. Ancient Egypt had their own thing going on. Whereas modern Chinese people aren't the same religion as back then, but I feel like there's more of a direct cultural tie. I know I'm right on this. There's more of a cultural tie between current and ancient China than there is between current and ancient Egypt or current and ancient even Greece. There's something. I don't know what. There's this continuation of the. Maybe not. Maybe I'm totally off. Maybe I'm totally off. Yeah, maybe it's like an ethnic thing, because the Chinese from 4,000 years ago, the Han Chinese have been around for ages, right? But the Egyptians of 4,000 years ago, ethnically, like culturally, blah, 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 everything, like there's like a difference there. I guess the Greeks would be the same ethnic group. Would they be like the Macedonians, but then... Look, it's complicated, okay? That's unironically Chinese propaganda, Bosch. There's a reason the Han Chinese are named after the dynasty. Really? So, or maybe that like history of continual Chinese control, that legacy, that continuity, that's actually like a propaganda thing meant to secure like Han supremacy in modern China. It's like they're like hearkening to the legacy, kind of. That's interesting. I don't know. Complicated. Research stream into Chinese history. Let's go. No, that'll be like 20 streams. What if we did politics instead? Moving on. You know, we sure are engaging in some historical speculation. I don't know anything about Chinese history, to be clear, okay? The only thing I know is that Sun Wukong is Goku, actually. That's the only thing. All I know is that the Chinese myth of Sun Wukong is based on Goku, the Saiyan. That's all I know. Yeah. Other way around? No. If you want to do politics, maybe cover the Turkish election results because they're really bad. Yeah, I saw. Well, I saw last stream that I did. Have they done the runoff yet? No, the runoff is on May 28th. I've already talked about the first go. Yeah. Erdogan forever. Does Erdogan have like a dictator song? You know what I mean? Like, Erdogan, he's the one for me. Erdogan. You know, like that kind of thing. NATO warrior. Gay marriage is not optional. There will be no escape. All right, listen up. Okay? It's been a long time since I've done something this strictly informational, but I really need to talk about this, okay? Because I'm tired of seeing people talk about it and I can't do it anymore, all right? I want to talk about the debt limit. Are there other videos you can watch on YouTube that'll explain this to you? Yes. Will you be able to look at my face while having it explained to you in these other videos? Yes, as long as you have their audio playing in a separate tab, but you're looking at me during that. So if you want to, you can do that. Mute me and go listen to them. They'll probably know more than me because they're all a bunch of neoliberals. They're all smart. They're all smarty pantses, but you can look at my face, whatever. You know, you do what you want to do, okay? Look, the debt limit discourse is happening again. For those of you who don't know, I swear to God, I am going to get a subscription to the Washington Post. So for those of you who don't know, okay, here's the way it works. They're talking about the debt limit again. So basically, in the United States, we've got a really, really, really cool system. Okay, so the every year a budget is drafted. Okay, by Congress. It goes through a billion processes. Whatever they sign, it propose, sign, whatever, signed a law. Okay, you've got a budget. The budget is now happening. Great. The budget is exacting and precise, even though a lot of money gets lost in it, especially to the Pentagon, all right? The budget also seems to keep increasing, especially to the Pentagon. Who could have guessed? You know, whatever. Now, once you've signed the budget into law, you got to follow it, which means spending money. That's how budgets work. And while following your legal obligation to spend money in accordance with that budget, you might run up against a wall, you know? What wall, I hear you ask? The wall at the southern border? No, my friends, this wall is the debt ceiling. It is the limit on the total amount of money the U.S. government is allowed to borrow, the total amount of debt we're allowed to be in. And past that point, once you go past that amount, you can no longer borrow money, which means in practice, because you've already run up to that point in the budget and are currently borrowing money, you can't spend money. Does anyone remember that time a couple years ago where all the parks shut down for a little while because Congress was having another kerfuffle about raising the debt ceiling? Yeah, you remember that? Like, there was a little period of time during which, like, everything shut down. Here, let me see. Debt limit, parks shut down. This was one of the worst debt limit kerfuffles in recent memories. At least I don't remember one that was more... I don't remember one that got to that point when I was younger, at least. See, now I try to Google debt limit park shutdown, and now they're just talking about the current debt limit fight. Always and always and always. They talk about this. Look, here's an NPR article, okay? This is from May 2nd. It's a chart on the U.S. debt. Where's the word that I saw in the Google preview? Give it to me. There it is. The fight over the debt ceiling could sink the economy. This is how we got here. All you have to do, every time the January 2019 ceiling fight was the longest government shutdown in history. Yeah, okay, there we go. I remember, it was the longest in history. It was a long, long time. Debt and deficit aren't the same. No, they're not the same. Every time this discourse happens, okay? To be clear, the debt limit fight, this fight over, like, will they, won't they raise the debt ceiling to allow the government to continue to borrow money, to spend money to fulfill its budgetary promises, this is a completely artificial, yeah, it's theater. It's an artificial battle. All it is people leveraging an inevitable consequence of a budget they already signed into law to try to get some other thing passed. This argument over, oh, well, you know, we've spent so much money, we can't raise the debt ceiling further. The people saying that voted on the budget that led to this. There's no, like, this isn't surprising at all. This is like a completely... It's not even expected. It's inevitable. When you sign the budget, you can literally see, well, how much money is going to get spent? Where's the current debt ceiling? Okay, if we vote on this budget, if we vote yes on this budget, it will hit the debt ceiling here. That's why people know this. That's why this happens every single year. It's a feature, not a bug. It is one of the most overt, if not the most overt, examples of political theatrics in American politics. You know how, why did I hit that button? You know how like edgy teenagers talk about how, like, the left and the right are the same, and how you know, like, all of government is just this, like, petty theater that's meant to distract the people? I generally disagree with that. I think that there are very complicated socio-political forces that motivate political action. Even when politicians are consistently dishonest, it's very rarely as simple as they're all playing a game. In this instance, it is actually that simple. It is completely and fully that simple. So people say, well, why don't we rein in the budget? You know, why don't we stop spending so much? To which I say, you know, of course, okay, will you be the one to vote on cutting the Pentagon's budget in half? Which none of them will do, so this is going to keep happening. But I also want to say, you know, people get really mad about our debt. You know, oh, we're spending so much money. Oh, the number is so high. $30.9 trillion. Oh, it's so sad. A country having debt is not a bad thing. I know that sounds crazy, but it really depends on what country you are and what kind of debt it is. So to be clear, sometimes when a country's in debt, it's like a little baby country. Who are they in debt to? They're in debt to us. Is that bad for them? Yes, it's very bad. We will install a fascist dictator to ensure compliance with our business interests. But when debt is held by a powerful country like us, especially a country that, as is the case with us, represents the global reserve currency, the US dollar, the global reserve currency, meaning that we are literally the, like, base level against which the economies of every country on earth are compared. You know, remember the 2008 financial crisis, which ended up collapsing like the world economy, even though it was about American investment in American mortgages. It was gambling on mortgage loans in America, but then it collapses the world economy. Reserve currency. We are the economy. And as a consequence of that, it means that every country in the world is invested in the strength of the US dollar. There is no country that wants to ruin America's economy. Sometimes they might posture, like China sometimes does this, trade war gesturing, but in reality, they don't. Collapsing the world economy will always collapse the global economy. There's no localized America. I guess Russia might be one of the few exceptions, purely because Russia is so sanctioned and so like isolated that it can't, like, it's already dying, you see. Russia having an interest in collapsing our economy doesn't mean it wouldn't hurt them. It would. It just means that, they're already dying and they want to lash out at us in the last second. Cuba, we're already embargoing. Okay, you know what I mean, the global economy. It's not a good process for anyone to see the US dollar tank. And the United States government having debt actually works to our benefit in this respect, because, first of all, a lot of the debt that the US government carries, here at the end of the chart it says 30.9 trillion. That's a lot of money. A lot of the debt that we carry are government organizations to themselves. If you can imagine, it's this is the government shaking its own hands. You see, the government isn't just one institution. It's made up of dozens and dozens, hundreds and hundreds of organizations operating at local, state, and federal levels, cooperating, collaborating, spending, promising. A lot of the debt that we owe is money owed to ourselves. The exact nuance of how you can be in debt to yourself is kind of complicated. Imagine it as a dorm house that has, 3,000 roommates in it, and all of them are constantly borrowing money from each other, spending it around. And you can have a situation where people in that house collectively are thousands of dollars in debt to each other, even though if all the debts were actually resolved, you could pass one $100 bill around a bunch of times and end up fixing everything. You understand what I mean? If a chain of 5 people are in debt to each other, this one owes this one 100, this one owes this one 100, this one owes this, blah, 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 like that, and you gave a $100 bill to this person, they pay off them, who pays off them, who pays off them, who pays off them. And with 100, you've solved $500 in debt. See? So the total amount that we owe, the debt number, not actually representative of the real material amount of money that we're missing in our system. You understand what I'm talking about? That's one. For two, the fact that our country is in debt is a benefit when it comes to global relations. So, to be clear, not all of the debt that we owe is to ourselves. We also owe debt to other countries, to other corporations. Why is this a good thing? Well, it means that those countries really want our government to be okay, for the same reason that a bank only wants to loan money to people who have a high credit score. They don't want to hand money over to us and add to our debt if they're under the impression that we're incapable of paying it back. So for that reason, the fact that we have a high debt is both an indication in high national trust in the stability of our country and an incentive for other countries to continue to promote the health of American businesses and our economy. You understand? It's exactly the same as with a bank and a person who takes out a loan, right? You want this relationship to be defined primarily by trust that both will fulfill their ends of the financial obligation. And the more trust there is, the more people will be willing to loan. Banks will give you higher credit card ceilings if you've proven that you can, if you're like a little baby high school student, maybe your credit card has a $500 ceiling, whereas as an adult it can be $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. If you're really, really wealthy, it can be question mark, question mark, question mark, which is, hey, the United States is really wealthy, so that's kind of where we are, right? So the question is, right, okay, so it promotes trust broadly. It doesn't always represent the actual amount of missing money in the economy. all the same, like, is there any harm? Like, what harm might come of this? What harm might come of this high debt? Well, to be honest with you guys, the biggest threat that our high debt represents is the potential threat of a conservative populist defaulting on that debt, which would collapse the world economy for the reasons I've talked about, or with this interminable fucking debt ceiling discourse, which is used every year as a political bludgeon to push forward or threaten to push forward any number of issues on with leverage that everyone agreed would exist in the near future, and consign themselves to have to deal with the laws they passed previously. Nothing here is unexpected. Why not just make it infinite then? That's a great question, Crab Crown. Why don't you go over to the Capitol building and you go over to the House floor and you ask them, hey, you do this every year and it's all inevitable. Why not just make it infinite? Please, I'm actually asking you to go do that. Please go do that. Convince them. Change their mind. Yeah, it's January 7th, okay? Except it's just us trying to raise the debt ceiling to infinity. Seriously, our national debt really is not that bad of a thing. It's not like we're missing payments or like being charged exorbitant interest. Debt within a country is just not the same as a debt as an individual. It's completely different. Yeah, Annie has a good point. Our debt to GDP ratio is not that bad either, because we may have an exorbitantly high debt, but we also have a massive GDP. We have an enormously productive economy. You see? Look at that. Wow, these numbers sure do be going up. Like $10,000 a second. Well, that's money for you. Crazy, huh? Yeah, Canada has a higher debt to GDP ratio. France has a massively higher one. My goodness. Look at that. Greece, well, we could have told you that. Look, we do spend a lot of money. If you want to cut down on the money we spend, which I'm fine with, by the way, but just to be clear, I'm just saying debt isn't that bad of a thing on a national level. I'm not saying that you can spend money infinitely. I'm not a... what are those guys called? The ones who keep emailing me, telling me to let them talk to my stream for 4 hours? The MMT. I'm not a modern monetary theorist, okay? I haven't bought into that. I haven't bought into that cult just yet. I do think that there are limits to how much a government can reasonably spend before you start to have trouble. I mean, that has happened. Oh yeah, Japan's economy is not looking good at all. Whew. You understand? If you want to cut down on the amount we spend, you want tax hikes, and you want to lower military spending, and also on a local level police spending. That would be nice. Japan's economy has been stagnant since the 90s. Guys, you know how lefties are always saying line go up? You know, they're making fun of the idea that a high GDP is representative of, the public good. So I want to be clear. Having a high GDP is not representative of the public good necessarily, but it is good that the line go up. Under capitalism, investors invest in businesses with the expectation that their investment gets a return, meaning that the default state of a capitalist economic system is growth. Growth is the expectation, growth is the necessity. A capitalist economy that stagnates is actually doing worse than stagnating. For a capitalist economy to not grow, what you're essentially saying to future investors is, yeah, you can invest in a business, but the odds of it actually giving you a return are, and that means they're not going to invest. Without investors, the entire system of trade and commerce doesn't really work. Are there problems with capitalism? Not at all. Nobody has discovered one. Nobody has written a 3-part book on issues with capitalism, okay? We have what we have. That's it. That's all you do. Hold on. But I want to point out, while we're talking about the debt, this right here is the growth of the GDP of the United States. Now, you might notice something interesting. There's Japan down there, which has been stagnating since the mid-90s. Seriously stagnating, like properly stagnating. Look at that. China's been exploding, largely because it's a nation of 1.5 billion people that has been rapidly industrializing since the turn of the millennium. You might notice that the United States has engaged in a consistent exponential rate of growth, despite the fact that we are a post-industrialized nation. Isn't that interesting? The reason for this is, of course, because America has an incredibly strong economy. Here's another group of three. There's the United Kingdom. Been stagnant since 2007. Hey, guys, what happened in 2008? Oops, sorry. America's economy is the world economy. Oops. Vosh, why are you doing line go up? Don't you mock tech bros for this? Line go up does not mean that things are getting better or that things couldn't be getting better faster. Line go up does mean, however, that we are meeting the base requirement for economic health under a capitalist system, which, as you can see, India is growing quite quickly. Mexico is growing, albeit slowly. The United Kingdom is flatlined, though. The UK. People sometimes group together the United States with Europe as though we're kind of like part of the same hegemon, which is true culturally in some respects, but economically, the United States is a beast of its own. Like, we're really strong. People don't appreciate that. People talk about the death of American industry, or, you know, oh, we're all going to collapse. The American economy is faltering. Well, it might falter a little bit sometimes, but look at this. There's Germany doing relatively, and I say relatively well, France and Italy. See, the chart goes from 1960 up to here. You've got this waggling. Notice how they all waggle on the same line. They're all EU countries. They're pretty economically tied together. Again, compare that to the United States. Look at this. If you're an investor, if you're somebody who wants to make money by investing in an existing business and stealing the surplus value of your laborers, the ones underneath you, this is a good line. Invest here, pay out here. Invest here, pay out here. Don't invest here, then pay out here. Invest here, then pay out here. Yeah. You understand, don't you? What about this line? What about these lines? You understand? We're a unique country. The fact that we're this economically strong gives us the ability, gives us the privilege to be largely unconcerned with debt. Really, like, this is a America thing. If we were Ecuador, currently undergoing a constitutional crisis, if we were Turkey, if we were, God forbid, Russia, if we were any other country on earth with a few exceptions, I think that worrying about the debt and deficit would be a lot more reasonable, because those other countries don't have the pull that we have. They don't have the strength. But we do. So when you hear all this worry wording about the deficit, the debt ceiling, all that crap, just remember, the only real threat to your well-being as an American citizen is if some jackass decides to default or postures so hard during the yearly debt limit crisis that they end up shutting down the government for a while. You get me? I've talked about stuff like this before, but I haven't really centralized it. But I think it's important that people fully understand the, I guess, lack of precarity of the situation. Just not that big of a deal. Again, mind you, if we got our spending under control, that would be good. I would like it if we could allocate more money in our budget towards more humanitarian concerns, like, you know, literally anything but the military. That would be super, super great. Keep in mind, though, that considering the fact that we're already, like, pretty committed to outspending our intake every year from taxes, you could just add on to our budget with more humanitarian stuff without actually changing the military budget. Like, the line for our debt is already going up really quickly. So if it went up a little bit faster, but also people had healthcare, you know, I'm just saying, you know, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Hypothetically. How bad would defaulting be? It would be the end of the world. It would be the end of the world. GDP growth doesn't mean the economy is good. Aussie Boo, I am not saying that GDP growth means the economy is good. I'm saying you're fulfilling a core component of economic stability under capitalism. Probably the most important component from a purely economic perspective. I'm not saying that is the entirety of the economy. The economy is complicated. I'm not saying line go up means everything is fine. Obviously, America's line go up doesn't seem to be reflecting very much when it comes to, say, cost of living or the average wage of a worker, does it? I'm not saying that line go up translates into benefits for the working class. I'm only saying line go up means that you're fulfilling a baseline level of stability under capitalism, something that very few countries can consistently meet. We can. Not everyone can. Not everyone's as cool as us, you know? You all get me. Right? You all get me, don't you? You mind comparing the US to Canada? Oh, sure. Here. Canada, GDP. I think they're doing well, but not as well as us. Yeah, see? They're following the same curve as Mexico. Maybe because of NAFTA? That's interesting. I didn't think the curve would be this similar with both. You might notice the distinct lack of a beautiful exponential line that we have. See the blue line here? Notice how it's less pretty than our line? Notice how our line is a lot prettier? NAFTA is dead. I know, but it's just interesting that they have the same... Just speculating. Yeah, India is growing quite quickly right now. India is going to be the next big superpower, I think. 2008 fucked up the world. Yeah, a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit. Yes, Aussie Boo. Exactly. Okay, I feel like this has been instructive, maybe to some people. I always enjoy it. Also, for the person who said that Turkey's line going up means that they're like doesn't necessarily mean their economy is going good, I will note their line didn't go up forever. Turkey's economy exploded back at the turn of the millennium, probably because of, I don't know, let's say 9/11. And then I didn't know Iran's economy had this much of a dip. Iran in 2020, Iran's economy was a third the size that it was a decade ago. That's insane. Yeah, line go down. But yes, if we defaulted on our debts, it would be the end of the world. I cannot overstate the unimaginable economic harm that would be done. It would basically, it would basically just destroy all things. A black hole would open in the center of the earth and swallow us all. It wouldn't be good. Wouldn't be good. Don't recommend it personally. Why? Let me... Okay. Remember the Great Depression? The causes of the Great Depression are complicated, which is my code way of saying I don't remember. But the Great Depression got really bad when everyone tried to do a bank run. See, everyone heard that the banks were running out of money and that the economy was in trouble, which means that people lined up at the bank to withdraw their money before it disappeared. This was before money in banks was federally insured. That happened because of the Great Depression, meaning that if you saved up your nest egg of like $200, which back then would have been kind of a nest egg, and then the bank run happened, you get to the front of the line, and they're out of money, you just don't have $200. You don't have hypothetical 200. You don't have IOU 200. The bank's out of money. You have nothing. You're out. Now, this caused the largest global economic crisis in modern history. And it was largely because of a fundamental lack of trust and reliability in the banks. The U.S. defaulting on its debt would be that times 10. 20, even. I can't even describe how bad it would be. It would be the fundamental, the ground under our feet. Matter would literally fall apart. We would just dissolve into quarks. It would be very bad. Why would cons want to default on the debt? In reality, defaulting on the entirety of the debt would be impossible. I fully believe that if any politician genuinely tried to default on the debt, they would be disappeared within an hour. I'm not saying that like facetiously. I actually mean that the consequences of defaulting on the debt would be so destabilizing to everyone, including the wealthy, that I fully believe they would immediately get hit with the heart attack gun. I completely believe that, like unironically. So I don't think it's ever going to happen. However, sometimes populists go sicko mode. They have a silly moment. They feel a bit silly one day. You know, I don't actually think that's going to happen. Now, the real life, like maybe equivalent bad thing that could happen would be just not raising the debt ceiling, so the government shutdowns just get longer and longer, and that would be really, really bad. But it wouldn't be as bad. It would still be really bad, but it wouldn't be as bad. All right, nice econ lesson. Pigeon. Pigeon, they haven't seen you in a second. Yeah? You want water? Yeah? What? What? What are you doing? What? What are we doing? She does not make it easy to hold her. Here, she wants water. 1 second. I'm going to use the restroom as well. Give me just a sec. Yep. By the way, that whole process that I talked about with investment and line go up, this is the primary reason that Marxists say that capitalism is doomed to fail, that, you know, the seeds of capitalism destruction are sown by its blah, 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 blah. The tendency towards expected unrelenting growth under capitalism creates an effect where wealth is consolidated primarily in the hands of the wealthy, and without any kind of subsequent distributive system, you know, you lead to class antagonism, which we have and are continuing to get. Were these your piss thoughts? Well, I just wanted to say. Do you think infinite growth is impossible? Well, the economy can grow infinitely. Because infinite growth in the economy is an abstract concept. It's a relativistic concept, you know? An economy growing from 1 to 2, and it growing from 100 to 200 aren't necessarily different. It's just a frame of reference, you know? There's always a way to go up in terms of people's estimation and evaluation of the strength and value and so on and so forth of whatever they're looking at. However, the problem is that this, here, look, I'll draw it really quickly, okay? Okay, you've heard about these people called the bourgeoisie, right? Real bad people, real nasty people. Look, it's a little bit like this, okay? I'm going to try to do this as simply as I can because it's a complicated concept, okay? So let's imagine you have a system where you have the exponential growth curve of the United States in terms of GDP. Things keep growing, blah 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 blah. Right? Okay. So you have businesses. Businesses are great. Now the people who work at these businesses are getting, I don't know, what do you want? $20 an hour? 15? I don't know. They're getting something, okay? Probably not enough. Definitely not enough. So they're getting that amount. So the people who work down here, even the managers, mind you, okay? The humble proletariat. And then up here, you have investors. Now, it is the responsibility and job and hope of the investor to choose a business to invest in, and that business's value will increase, right? So you can choose this, you can choose this one, you can choose two of them. Hey, crazy world, right? Free country, for the wealthy at least. But you have to choose. So, why would you do this? Well, the reason you do this is because you want to buy this, or we'll keep it simple. You let's say you fully buy this business when it's worth $10, and then later, because it's grown and is better, it's now worth $30, and you have now made money. Isn't that great? Now, the problem is, of course, that even though the economy is kind of abstract, we live in a material world, which means that there is always a finite number of resources, a finite amount of land, and that means that invariably one corporation doing better and better will push out other corporations. This is the tendency towards monopoly, right? As a corporation grows larger, it can benefit more from large-scale production, the economy of scale. It can use underhanded business practices that corporations have used for literally all of human history to make sure that their competitors can't stand on even footing. They can buy politicians. They can lobby in their favor. They can win no-bid contracts, blah, 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 blah. And you can have a corporation do really well. And what that means is that these corporations go out of business. Now, here's the problem, okay? Let's say these corporations go out of business and this one buys all of its competitors' land, resources, whatever. We can use this as an abstract representation for their growth. The other businesses are now all owned by one person, this investor. This investor now owns this entire industry, right? Now, here's the thing, okay? Where has wealth gone? Like, what has happened to wealth? Well, the people working down here in these businesses don't make more money. Generally, when your business gets bought out by another one, that doesn't mean you get a pay increase. If anything, you're likely to get fired. As the economy of scale increases, the efficiency of production increases, which means that it's likely that not as many people will be needed for the same number of jobs, right? Some stuff can be automated depending on the industry. Some stuff might be consolidated. Economic inefficiencies might be addressed by consolidating two businesses into one. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that can be done, a lot of headway that can be cut down. So where's the money coming from, right? Well, the money's happening up here. This guy is now crazy rich, right? Like the other, before he had enough money to invest in the one business, but now this guy is the sole owner of this entire industry. So this guy's wealth has gone up massively. Now, whose wealth has gone down? Well, the wealth that has been lost, the people who have lost out are... Well, wait, hold on. Hold on a second. If the workers who work in the businesses that got bought have roughly the same wage, again, we're very simplifying this. Their businesses were bought, but let's say the workers are kept, if anything. So they're not losing or gaining money. Okay? And the investors who previously owned these businesses were bought off, meaning that the people who used to control these businesses, say the owner of this one, the owner of that one, whatever, well, they were paid for the business. They weren't forcibly conquered, right? So these people walked away with millions. They're doing fine. So where's the money coming from? I'll wait until I see the answer in chat. Money is made up. That's true. I do notice, though, that there are a lot of different there are a lot of different answers in chat, which I think illustrates the complexity of the question. Since I'm simplifying things, in real life there would be many, many factors, but I'll focus on the ones that I find most important for this example. So, for one, the increasing efficiency of consolidation under a monopoly means that in all likelihood, a greater proportion of surplus labor value is going to be skimmed off the labor of all the workers. But maybe not by a huge amount, certainly not enough to justify the massive wealth this person now represents. In a publicly traded economy, the real wealth now comes from an evaluation of this person. On the stock market, this monopoly business, this industry, is now worth far more than all the individual businesses were worth on their own, because those individual businesses weren't growing and expanding the way that this one is. Now that we have one monopolizing industry that has grown enormously, that has demonstrated drive and ambition and expansion, the stock evaluation in this company will escalate massively, because investors will look at this this process of growth and decide, oh, this is on the up and up. I now have the ability to invest in this. I can get in on this. You understand? Does everyone follow that? What we're really talking about when it comes to wealth in a publicly traded corporation is however many stocks this investor has are now worth more because there is a higher evaluation of the corporation that they hold stocks in. This is why CEOs and the like are paid in stocks for the most part, shares or whatever. Because that means that their good performance in a corporation will positively incentivize them to, because their shares will be worth more money. Right? I feel like chat's not as interested in this as I am. To be honest, I'm not thinking at all right now. Okay, never mind. Maybe we'll talk about this later. It's okay. I think it's interesting. Okay, listen. No, I'm into it. Okay, listen, let me wrap this up really quick, then we'll move on, okay? I'll wrap this up, okay? So far, the system that I'm describing right now is one of concentrating inequality, where the performance of these businesses, usually due to the work and behavior of ordinary workers and managers, leads to a massive increase in the evaluated wealth of the investor, the initial investor who controls everything. Because this system leads to no general increase in wealth down here and a ton of general wealth increase up here, we're talking about increasing consolidation. Now, the problem is that the process that I'm describing, this process of investment leading to higher returns, leading to greater growth, leading to greater wealth inequality, this is recursive. That means that this process can happen over and over and over and over and over again. Maybe this business goes defunct. Maybe it all falls apart. Maybe someone else buys it out. Maybe there's a merger. Maybe something bad happens. Maybe something good happens. But the process continues, which means that even if line goes up continuously, that's a very good curve that I just drew. I'm very proud of that. Thank you. Even if the line goes up continuously, maybe the investors are happy, but the process of consolidation continues infinitely. What this means, of course, is that relative to the overall amount of money in the economy, the working class controls a smaller share. We're talking about a rate of growth that reflects economic health for the ultra-wealthy, for people who have the ability to take advantage of this line going up, but workers don't. The only thing it really guarantees for workers is economic activity, which does not necessarily mean well-paid economic activity, does not necessarily mean accessible economic activity. It just means economic activity, right? And the fact that this consolidation continues on and on and on and on means that a smaller proportion of the wealth will be controlled by the workers, which means that class inequality will rise, which means that, hey, people will start writing textbooks on socialism again. It also trends towards the tendency for the rate of profit to fall, because the less money is held by the workers, the less they can actually buy any of the stuff that gets produced in an economy where costs are scaled to take into account the total amount of money moving within it. this process of economic accumulation doesn't have no effect on inflation after all. Inflation is a continuous process, and if no wealth gains are happening in the lower classes, that means that eventually, hey guys, heard of, I don't know, cost of living increases? Things like this lead to economic turmoil without any kind of external system to address this cycle of reinvestment. And because there's less money in the hands of the working class, that means that in some industries, you're actually going to see this recursive economic downturn because people have less money to spend. Guys, how many articles have you seen about millennials ruining X industry? Well, what happened there? Millennials have less money than Gen X, who has less money than the boomers, who has less money, so on and so forth, meaning that they weren't given enough money, like as a class, as a generation, to participate in some of these more superfluous industries, which means that, in a way, class inequality has brought about the downfall of industries that created, to an extent, class inequality. Does everyone understand this? This is important stuff, by the way. This is like the fundamental. Yeah. Didn't Vosh just describe the boom bust cycle? No. The boom bust cycle is specifically about like economic health and reinvestment. What I'm talking about is a general rate for both profits to fall and for inequality to rise. This does not stop happening without upheaval. The upheaval can be the introduction of like a welfare state, like FDR after the Great Depression, for example, which was the apex of economic inequality for many people. Passed laws that would try to like bridge the gap, which worked to an extent. There are, after all, things you can do to keep this cycle from happening. One of which is unionization, because if you have strong unions, especially sectoral unions, meaning that they would encompass the entire industry even before they're all owned by one person, you can now bargain for a higher wage that you feel is proportional to the overall economic growth of your business or your industry, meaning that wealth is more fairly distributed between the ultra wealthy and the workers, meaning that you decrease the severity of these negative economic tendencies. Of course, ultimately, the real problem here is that there is even a distinct cycle of investment. This whole problem is caused by the turbulent economic winds of the investor, of the bourgeoisie, for whom it is in their interest to manipulate the structure of the economy in such a way it benefits them with no necessary benefit to those beneath them. Because remember, economic stagnation is economic loss to the investor. So it's not even a matter of them being evil. And Marx was clear on this, by the way. This isn't bourgeoisie bad, proletariat good. There are good and bad people on an individual moral level on both sides. These are inevitable consequences of the nature of these classes and that which is afforded both of them. The distinction between the worker and the owner causes this rift, this cycle, which can be amended, which can be mitigated, which can be made less harsh through all manner of legislation or circumstance, but the cycle continues. And, that's why some radical people suggested that, maybe it would be better if you actually consolidated the worker and the owner class into one group. Say, for example, an entire nation of people who own that which they work. Say, if you were to, I don't know, take the means of production and ensure that they were in the hands of those who actually, work. And then you would kind of fix this problem, right? Because if every worker, was part of a collective, the ownership block of the business they worked at, you wouldn't have this disparate investment cycle because you own the business you work at, right? Some corporations do a version of this where they give shares out with your paycheck, but that's not quite the same because even if you benefit proportionally from or somewhat proportionally from the shares that you're given. For one, it's not anywhere near proportional to the labor value of your work. If it was, then there would be no money left for the investor. And two, it doesn't give you any actual control over the business. Control is important. Public ownership on its own is not enough. Public ownership on its own is nice. It's preferable to not public ownership. But public ownership on its own is just a payment scheme without actual business control. It's just a way of distributing profits, and that's not sufficient. You need to have real control over the direction things go. Are you describing the economic system known as supercapitalism? Yes. Okay, please tell me somebody found that interesting. Okay, whatever. Fuck you guys. We're moving on. I found it terrifying. That's fair. Would infinite growth be something to strive for under socialism, or are you a degrowther? Well, we don't need infinite growth for economic health if there are no investors, right? If everyone is a worker and people receive, assuming payment even exists, if they receive pay according to their work without a system of investment, you no longer need infinite growth because you no longer need an economy built around the needs of investors who would require economic growth in order to receive a return on their investment. Remember, if a business is stagnant, that is to say, it makes the exact same amount of money and does the same stuff year after year, workers in that business get paid. Investors don't. You understand? If you're talking about a proletarian state, a purely worker run economy, stagnation is no longer a negative. You continue to churn the wheels of the economy even without growth. It is the investor who requires the growth in order to get anything, because, of course, the investor adds no value. The investor adds nothing but money with the investment, but they don't actually work or produce profits. They do not uh, generate anything from the business in and of itself. There are, of course, investors who also work, and in that case, they're also a worker. Um, if a socialist government made companies become worker co-ops, how do we prevent them from firing most of their employees and hiring independent contractors for most jobs they need done? I think it'd be pretty easy to design legislation that prevents the abuse of contract work. There are countries that already have that, even under capitalist systems. It also depends. You could do that pretty easily. I think that would be as simple as, if a person works a given number of hours for your business, then they have to be brought in as like a proper member of the cooperative without differentiation from the other members or something. And then you could have that number be really low. Like if you're working more than like 8 hours a week someplace, there's a million ways to solve that. That's a solvable problem. Why don't we burn money to curb inflation? Well, we kind of do. The Federal Reserve does destroy currency. Doesn't a stagnant economy still benefit shareholders because they get a cut of a company's profits? No, not necessarily. Company profits aren't necessarily distributed back to the shareholder. It depends on a number of things. But if a corporation continues to make the same amount of money, like year in, year out, the investor invests by buying shares of the company, and the shares increase or decrease in value based on a market perception of future growth or not growth of that company, meaning that the share value will stay the same even if the company continues to be profitable in its current place. It's really the stock price that matters there. That's why CEOs have a fiduciary responsibility to maximize shareholder value for corporations, because profit and shareholder value aren't necessarily the same thing. They often correlate. A company that has high profits will be seen by the market to be doing well, so the value will increase, but it's not always the same, right? A good example of this would be Tesla. Tesla is a massively overevaluated company in the sense that it has an incredibly high share price, despite it not actually being that like productive or profitable, largely because people have such high hopes for it to be like the future of all technology. But there's that separation between evaluation and profit. See, the profit is like an internal corporate thing. They use it to reinvest or to buy stuff to build materials and build new factories, whereas the evaluation is the shareholders playing their games. Do you think Tesla stock is a bubble? Yes. I don't know how long it'll take to burst, but I do think it will. Well, you might actually say it already has burst now that I'm looking at it. Remember the big dip? I remember. I think it could go down a lot further, personally. It's a long way down to go. Yeah, for sure. It should still be around here, IMO. So shareholders don't get profit directly, but they get control over how profits are used. It's complicated, but shareholders get their money by the increased value of the shares that they own for a company. So the shares have to be evaluated at a higher level than that which they bought in order for their money to increase. Shareholders also get to elect the board of shareholders, and they get to choose a CEO and some other things. Yeah, they can get returns and dividends as well, but like in terms of the money they get purely through their investment, it's yeah. Okay, we're moving on. I'm sorry. Hopefully this was useful to somebody. Can a company survive without investors? Yeah, there are tons of companies that haven't gone public. Companies usually go public because the owner wants to put themselves in the market so they can like have it sold or like make more money by getting investors. Investors do give money to the company after all. Um, what is this? Zan and Lance are fighting, but why? I guess Lance is upset I called him out for making a video defending an abuser who is his friend and still having it up even after all their receipts come out. Why I don't like Xander Hall. Illuminati debunks the malicious claims from former Sad Milk team. Her receipts are insane. Wait, is Lance defending this Illuminati person? Lance made a video defending Illuminati. Ooh, that's gonna warrant some negative attention. Isn't the negative attention against Illuminati like really overwhelming? Man, this is like the problem that I have with Lance. This is consistently the one problem that I have with Lance is that I feel like he's too loyal. He'll be like so defensive to his friend. Like I think he's a good person. This isn't like an impugn of his character or whatever. It's just I remember that one time. This is like Destiny drama. I remember this one time that Mike from PA said that Destiny was doxing him by saying he was from PA or something, or like his name, or there was some like Mike used his full name somewhere and Destiny knew it, but it was like in the name of his website. But Mike from PA was like, "Oh, he's doxing me by doing this," even though it was named in his website. And Lance confronted Destiny on it, and when Destiny explained all of that, Lance was still like, "Well, I don't know, still feels like doxing to me, basically." But I don't think that was because Lance actually believed it. I just think he had like a sinking feeling in his stomach. But his like numero uno priority was defending his friend. I don't know. I don't even know much about the Illuminati drama. I tried to watch that one video from the really big channel that was attacking Illuminati, and it seemed like it was really bad. Illuminati seemed like a huge piece of shit. I would be pretty surprised if anything could like counter that. Could you briefly explain the Illuminati drama? I don't fuck your. I just remember it being really bad. I didn't care enough. I don't know her. She's a monster. Yeah, I don't know. Zan has a video on it. Go watch Zan's video. What are the comments like on the Surfs video? Wait, is it not up? Wait, where? Wait, where is this video from? Did it get taken down? I don't see any such video on the Surf Times. Like at all. Am I blind? Wrong channel. The Surf Times and the Surf Times. Same channel. It's a couple weeks old. but I looked. I looked back a month. How far back does it go? Not this far back, certainly. Control F? Well, that's kind of giving up, isn't it? But also, it should have been within this time period. Yeah, it's not here. I guess it got taken down. I think he took it down. Well, hold on. If Lance took it down, then is it fair to still give him criticism for it? Maybe he took it down because he realized that he made a mistake. Right? He needs to reverse his position. Yeah. I mean, I guess. They're still in the same podcast. I don't know enough about the drama to like get really invested in it, you know. Maybe it was just taken down. Huh. And still having it up, and this is from like 20 minutes ago. So did he just take it down? Oh, wait, listen, wait, did he like within the past 5 minutes? Huh. Well. Okay, well, that does hide it for me. But are you watching me, Lance? Lance. Are you streaming right now? Lance? He is streaming. Is he in my house? Okay, sorry. Wait, is he streaming the I don't like Xanderhall thing right now? Right, Twitch has ads, that's right. Are you prepared for the yearly Kink at Pride discourse? I am fully I'm fully pro Kink at Pride. Listen, the only take that I have that I'm going to stand by always is that I think the main like primary block of Pride, you know what I mean? Like usually Pride kind of constitutes a bunch of events, but there's like a main thing. I think an effort should be made to make the main block of it like pretty child friendly or approachable, just because a lot of queer people who need support are young people. And then I think it'd be good if they could like go there and not like, it's like all sex or whatever. You know what I mean? Like if they could go there and it's just like kind of like a broad, like accessible, publicly facing thing. If you want to do a ton of pride shit or whatever, that's like kinky or horny or whatever, I don't fucking care. I just, that's like, to me, that's just a pure accessibility thing. Just the main, like clean thing. That's it. That's it. I'm pretty sure that's already the case though. Yes, it is. Vote Night is correct. That is overwhelmingly the case. I've been to enough queer pride events to know that. Generally, that is the case. Yeah. I'm sure there are a couple of misses, but like that's always the case some places, you know? Would Lance have really taken this video down midstream like that? That seems unlikely. Hold on. What did he say about Sanderhall?
Possibilities and eventually it is
and it pisses off the homophobes. Mock and laugh for a long time. The 5% of the private sector, including you, targeting. I think.
Okay, he hasn't talked about Zan. All right. Wish I had an abuser like Illuminati, not gonna lie. All right, down bad. All right, pack it in, pack it in. While we're on drama, man, I respected Innuendo Studios. Oh no, Innuendo Studios makes good videos, but he's fucking insane. He's fully in with this like FD signifier, Jesse gender crowd or whatever. Yeah, he blocked me like really early on. There was never even a hint of charitability from him. The answer to this question starts with she liked a tweet. FD, please, this is the tweet. Jesse Gender liking a tweet comparing Shark 300 to the Uncle Tom character from Django Unchained. And then Innuendo Studio says, fuck off. Say that to his face. Kiss my... A tendency that I've noticed with like this group of really toxic abusers is that they seem to be made up 50-50 of horribly abusive, manipulative pieces of shit and doormats, where like you have like half the people are like moral black holes and the other half are like, I'll do whatever you say, my queen, and like they like protect this like orbital shield, you know what I mean? The like simp army or whatever. Oh man, this was so fucking lame, dude. The fucking Mr. Beard guy, Ryan Beard, has even been cavorting with them. Had a really great convo with Soul Bunny about the divide in the leftist space. I agree with her that I need to be more careful about the way I phrase things so I don't come across like I'm saying both sides are equally bad when it comes to racism. That in order for us to work together, if someone like Vosh isn't even willing to analyze the ways his actions could have been racist, it's going to be very difficult to build any sort of bridge. Which is like, I've only ever been nice to him, and then I like look away for a minute, and it's like, well, if arbiters of moral goodness like fucking Soul Bunny or whatever think he's racist, then damn, it's like every time, man. The person whose tweet you showed did an edit of you to make you look black. What? The last person? Well, yeah, I voted for Biden. These people just hate you because they can't abuse you like they do the other weak people under their thumb. I really do think it's that. Yeah, I really do think it's that simple. I know it sounds like kind of trite or maybe self-absorbed, but I really do think like, because to be clear, I need to stress this every time now because I don't want to be misinterpreted or anything. Overwhelmingly, day to day, if you take a look at like who politically and personally are doing the bad shit, it's like cis straight white guys, okay? But in the online left, there's a market for people who are like FD Signifier or who are like Cat Black or whatever else. There's a market for them because there are groups of like unironic white guilt types or guys who want to do that cringy male feminist thing where they're like, I'm sorry about how guys are, my queen. And they want to find like these stronger personalities to defend and orient themselves around. I don't understand either side of this equation personally. I think it's fucking psychotic, but this is a real thing, of course. It's not super common, but in the online left, you're selecting for them, of course, because it's very possible to masquerade as being left-leaning when in reality you're just trans and black and narcissistic. Because then all of your tendency to defend yourself can be misconstrued as a broader advocacy for issues surrounding those marginalized communities. Yeah, DJ Mule did this as well. The like, I'll defend Ride or Die Bad Bunny. That video we watched of DJ Mule where he was basically fucking simping for Bad Bunny, like my queen. I would never let harm befall her. Tip, 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 tip. I don't know. Just really sad. Especially with the Ryan Beard thing, because he's always been nice. I DM'd him too. I was like, yo, I wasn't paying attention. Why the fuck do you think I'm racist now? And he basically just like listed out like the text equivalent of a bunch of clip chimps where he's like, you said black culture doesn't matter, and also you said this, you said that, or whatever. Man, it's really, you know, when I hear negative things about other content creators, I tend to like be a really light touch if I'm on good terms with them until I can talk to them directly and figure out what's going on. But nobody extends me that charitability. Everyone just like, I guess I should take it as a sign of, I guess as a kind of compliment, because people generally assume that I'm large, influential, and wealthy enough that I'm not like a soft target, you know? I remember there was this one comment under Jessie Gender's tweet where she lied and said her next video would be about me. And one of her fans said, are you sure you wouldn't like to go after a softer target like, I don't know, Donald Trump or Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro? Which I thought was pretty funny. I guess I'm considered a pretty hard target, which I obviously am because like people have made 1 billion hit pieces on me and it doesn't do anything. I'm like the sun, I rise every morning. But anyway, that contributes to my perception that there is just like a frustration that I'm not like a cuck who will just be told, hey, you need to listen to marginalized voices, i.e. you need to agree with everything I say because I'm a different race than you, and I don't just like fall in line with that. Beard also said the death threats against you were toxic. Maybe you can still talk to him. Maybe. I mean, I DM'd him, so that'd be nice. Her fans are deranged. They've been claiming I said the N-word because I pointed out that Jesse Gender liked a tweet calling Shark a raccoon. Can I say that? Raccoon emoji? Lance made a comment about the situation briefly. It's just so, I don't know. The one thing that gives me like some solace in terms of all of their abusive behavior is the fact that I have not at night I get to fall asleep like cozy and clean and they don't, you know? Like if you asked me, Vosh, are you the type of YouTuber who will disagree with a black woman and even make edgy jokes? I'll say absolutely. Daily. I live for that shit. But if you asked, say, Noah Sampson, like, hey, are you the type of YouTuber to promote like death threats against other YouTubers because you don't like them? And he would say like, no, man, I'd never do that. Oh, but that time I did, like it wasn't like that actually, you know. Or if I, you know, like, hey, oh, are you the type of YouTuber to call black people you disagree with a raccoon emoji? They'd be like, no, man. The difference is that whenever I engage in the bants, whenever I engage in negativity, it's me, I'm here, and I'm okay with it. But they all feel like they're really emotionally compromised, you know? Like they think and talk about me all the time, constantly. They called Shark a raccoon emoji because he's even associated with me, even though we like never talk privately. I like orient, the 3D model of me is rotating in their mind all the time, and I cause them great emotional distress, you know, like I make their lives worse just by existing, which seems kind of deserved considering they're choosing to be horrible and obsess over me, you know, like I'm glad that their obsessive abusive tendencies cause them harm, like I'm a prickly thorn that they keep like trying to pick up and throw and it hurts their hands, but it doesn't affect me. My viewership at this point is pretty much like concrete. You know how many DMs that I've gotten from smaller creators though, where they've basically been like, "Holy shit, I've never seen this much abuse." I got one from a smaller creator just like 2 days ago, and it's always from the left. It's never like, "Oh, these Nazis found my video." It's always like this same group of leftists online, these same like video essayists who all jerk themselves off over how like woke they are and are actually huge abusive piece of shit. They hurt other people, but they can't really hurt me, and I think that frustrates them a lot. You know what I mean? Leak DMs. Man, if I was the kind of person to leak DMs, there would be content for months on this channel. You have any idea? Nah, but obviously I won't, because if you leak DMs, you don't get more DMs. That's how it works. But man, there is so much shit that goes on. It's like it's impossible to summarize. Holy shit, do it? No, of course not. I would never do that. But yeah, just like man, and so much dirt on these people too. God. Have you ever considered doing a monthly harassment roundup to show people the crazy shit people send / threaten you with? Nah, not really, because I think because that like they live for me. I don't care whether or not these people exist, but my attention, I'm like the sun, you know, like it's even the little bit of rays they get from me gives them life. And they would take like great joy in it, I think, because a lot of them are like just abusive people, you know? They probably abuse their partners, their families, their friends as well. And you just see it online too. I don't believe in the compartmentalization of abuse. If people act like that online, I don't think they're doing very well in real life too. I mean, comparatively, I think FD is nicer comparatively. That reaching out to him might go somewhere. Nah. FD's first hit piece on the debate bro thing, where he walked back everything after talking to Shark, but he would only talk to Shark because Shark was black. And then he made another video randomly, which like 20 minutes of attacking me, including like calling me a pedophile. He literally did the like, I'm not going to call Vosh a pedophile despite clips like this, and then showed literal clip compilations made by neo-Nazis in order to discredit me that are like the easiest thing in the world to debug. Like he actually did that. That's it. I'm not exaggerating. That's literally what he did. So like it again, like there's none of these people will talk to me because it would fucking destroy them, and they're fully aware of that. I don't know what a more perfect union is, Superjet guy. It's a YouTube channel? Okay, well, I figured that. What is this? You people link the wackiest stuff. Zoe B's been promoting the terrible Soul Bunny video. Who's Zoe B? What the fuck is this? Jesus Christ. I don't know if I've watched anything from Zoe B. I don't remember this person. Oh. Okay, sorry. People linked a bunch of stuff. Oh yeah, what was that clip from Lance?
Again, his little hit piece. I this is why I dislike the serfs. I watched it and I was just gonna let it go. I was like, that was ridiculous. You were just doing the 6 degrees of cancellation on me. The whole thing was basically, well, sorry, half of the video is like, Lance is friends with Thought Slime. Lance is friends with Illuminati. Lance is friends with this person. All these people are terrible, and therefore Lance is bad. And it's like, this is the same shit that you call other people for woke scolding. It's the exact same pattern. Yeah. Either way, it's happening. Yeah.
You know what I think they should cancel Lance for? I think they should cancel Lance for being friends with Vosh. Maybe. Somebody said he's covering the thing now? Sure, we can look. Ads! God damn. At least Twitch has Twitch-specific ads. I've always found that a lot more interesting. Wait, he's not going over the Zan video now. Who said that? Permanently ban them. He's talking about something else. All right, we're moving on. Lance did literally nothing. Zan just started bitching out of nowhere. I think Zan has every right to be frustrated with Lance for... So the only reason I don't do this is because I, like, just don't care. But, like, Lance has been... Zan has been mistreated by a lot of people, and Lance does cavort with those people, and I think that frustration is perfectly valid. I mean, there's a lot to it. You can watch the video if you want. No accountability. You hear about the good election news last night? Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was in Colorado Springs and Jacksonville. Huge dub for Dems. The lady on the right sure is like phenotypically right wing, but that's okay. Jacksonville mayor. Florida Dems flip Jacksonville mayor's office in a major upset. Huge deal. The Republican candidate had the backing of Ron DeSantis. A shocking upset that hands Florida Democrats a major shot of energy less than 6 months after they were trounced in the 2022 midterms. Hey, I wonder. Ooh, I wonder if people are starting to wake up that like this is the future of Florida. Ron DeSantis sending in state investigators from the Department of Education to interrogate students about watching the Disney movie Strange World in class. I repeat, interrogations of fifth graders by state officials for watching a Disney movie. Yeah, apparently there are like literally Gestapo, literally like SS shit. Apparently there's like a gay relationship in this movie, but it's a Disney film. So like what? They hold hands, like, and they're aliens. So like two male alien blobs hold hands at some. I don't know. Um, yeah, whatever. Anyway, yeah, I wonder if people are starting to wake up to the fact that like this is the new normal. You know, like, whoo. And then what about Colorado Springs? Hold on. Colorado Springs mayor. Nice, nice, nice. You love to see it. Nigerian born. Oh, I didn't realize he's an immigrant. That's nice. He's not even African American. And look how happy he looks. Oh, independent. I didn't even realize he's not a Dem. He's an independent, which probably means he's like to the left of Dems. Yeah, not African American, African American. You know what I mean. The term African American is kind of confusing because colloquially it means like American born black person. But like obviously that's confusing the term African American because that's like okay, well then what? Yeah, what about a person from? Because yeah, because technically Afrikaners who move over are also African American. Um, nice first non-Republican mayor, pretty dope. Do you think tourism in Florida will plummet? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Florida is in for a bad fucking time. Why do I hear scampering? What on earth? I think it must have been the lizard. I thought it had to be one of the cats, but I think it was one of the lizard. Strippers unionized in LA? Dancers at this California topless bar to become only unionized strippers in US. Nice. Oh, I did want to talk about something horny. Hold on. This is going to this is going to be an odd one, but I need you guys to stick with me, okay? Hold on. Blizzard just pulled out a pocket sand. I'll take a look in a sec. We have important stuff to look at, okay? This is absolutely critical to leftism. Okay. This is going to be one of the weirder segments, but I think there's something valid here. So we're going to approach this with the discipline and professionalism of an educator, as hard as it may be. All right. So I have. Has anyone played Disco Elysium? Minor spoilers, very minor, very very minor. You can do a lot of ideological stuff in that game. Choose who you side with, what you think. The game makes fun of you if you side with the fascists. It mocks you in its text subtly and not so subtly. The game indicates that fascism is overall, at its core, beyond anything else, a gut discomfort with women. Kind of. It's complicated, but in a basic level, it's a psychosexual argument that fascism is a product of insecurity and alienation of gender differences. I think there's some validity to that. In fact, I think you can actually view a lot of political modern ills in the context of psychosexual dysfunction. I know that sounds really weird, but a good example of this would be that one of the most recurring narratives in the South, back when slavery was a thing, was that like black men were animalistic, and that if they were let loose, they would like rape a bunch of white women. Often, when black men were lynched, they would also be castrated and a bunch of other horrible, unspeakable shit. And this was because of a fear of black male masculinity that persists to this day. It's not that difficult to find online plenty of interracial pornography where the central theme is the alpha male black guy cucking like a white guy for a white woman. It's really common. I wish it was less so. It's also, as far as I can tell, and there has been some research done into this, objectively something that racist and far-right people are more interested in looking at. Go to 4chan, like they have interracial threads all the time, right next to them dropping 24/7 N-bombs. It's not subtle, because it's a sexualization of an insecurity. Wherever there has been persecution, there have been narratives of women under threat, usually because men are the dominant political class, and that means that their sexual interest predominantly is women, meaning that a lot of their political motivations have to be internally and externally justified with this, like, we have to protect the women, They've done this everywhere. This has probably happened in, like, basically every country throughout history. Like, if I was studied on Chinese history, I could go, in 300 BC, they did a genocide against this ethnic group of Chinese people because of the threat against the women. I'm sure you can do that, like, everywhere. You could do that with so many narratives. You want to go to the Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, our treatment of natives, Mexicans at the border. I'm sure there's a variant of that has some weight in application. That is all to say, I think that sex and sexual drive are pretty huge parts of people's political identities. I know that sounds really dumb and kind of animalistic, but I also just think it's true, and it has to be taken seriously, A really good way to tell whether or not you're in a right or a left-leaning community, physically, in the real world, I mean, walking around, is by how people dress, right? Like, if you're in a stuffy suburban community or like a more conservative urban area, people tend to dress in business clothing or more business casual clothing, or like depending on if it's like summer, sometimes you have like that khaki short polo shirt kind of off-duty cop vibe. You can tell, you can all tell, can't you? Whereas more progressive areas tend to have younger people. Young people tend to be more progressive. They also tend to wear more experimental, avant-garde, colorful, loud, or revealing outfits. We've all done this, haven't we? Have you not gone to a new part of town and like looked around and gone like, oh, you kind of get a feel? It's not always true, but it's like a general assessment. One of the reasons people think of Berlin back before the Nazis took over as like a haven of early European progressivism is because if you go back and you look at how people dressed in Berlin at that time, it was considered scandalous. Now, if you were to look at that today, and I will, hold on, Weimar, Berlin fashion. Now, if you were to look at this fashion today, you would go, you know, like, wow, really? That was scandalous? But yeah, here. 20 years from now, stuff like this would be held up as examples of degeneracy by Nazis. You know, you've women here wearing like suit-like coats. Like, how scandalous, right? Now and then, people had an ability to look around and figure this stuff out. So why am I talking about this? Okay. So, you know furries? I've never considered myself one as much as people joke. I don't like how fursuits look, and I don't like engage in any of what seem to be common cultural practices in the furry community. I don't even have a fursona, though people certainly love to draw me as one, but people can take from that whatever they want. The furry community is overwhelmingly queer and left-leaning. That's not always true. I've seen a couple drawings of like Nazi furs, and I remember there was actually one Nazi fur who was infamous because they got kicked out of conventions all over the United States because they'd show up with the armband, and like they're like the one not communist there, so everyone else would like kick them out, right? Which was always really funny, I think, because there'd be like blog posts online. They'd be like, "We are at this convention. Look at this guy. Get him out of here," you know. Really, really, really funny. Overwhelmingly, it's a left-leaning and queer community, though. I think the reason it tends to be queer people is because sexual exploration and aesthetic exploration tend to be like umbrella interests. Like, if you're gay, you already engage in behavior, if you're a guy lusting after other guys or whatever, that is considered to be deviant and considered to be like out of the norm, which means I think that it's more, it's easier to kind of drift into adjacent forms of non-conventional appearance, sexual exploration, that kind of stuff. You understand what I'm talking about? I'm really building up to this, okay? All of this together means that when you see furry representation in media, I tend to think of it as like a left-leaning thing. Like when I see it, I go, "Oh, okay. Well, I can tell the people who are into this. You know, I wouldn't expect them to want to put me in a camp." There's a difference too in how we treat anthropomorphic characters over the past few decades. Have you noticed that? It's really not that difficult to see monster or animalistic character designs in modern games and movies and animations that are made to be attractive. Like, let's grow up for a second and really think, okay? The difference with how furries are portrayed in, say, Zootopia versus, I don't know, Disney's Robin Hood, like 60 years earlier, or 70, 80? I forget how far back that was. There's a difference in how the presentation and how the anthropomorphization has developed. Like, they did stuff with Bugs Bunny. They gave him, like, cartoonishly big lips when he did, like, a big smooch, or, like, he'd dress up or whatever. But you guys do know what I'm talking about, right? Can I move past this with the assumption that we all understand there's been more interest in those kind of character designs with time? Literally Lola Bunny? Yeah. At least the first one, right? From the first the first movie. Okay, now that I've set up all of this, it's time to move to the actual point, okay? I think that furry representation in The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom / Breath of the Wild is an unironic, overwhelming cultural hegemonic victory for the left. And I mean that sincerely. Okay? I'm just going to put this up on screen while we talk. If you've played either of these games, there are some shocking character designs in these games. I really do mean it. This is a guy, by the way. I know it's hard to tell. This is remarkable. There is not a non-sexual explanation for this. I don't even want to describe why. I feel like it would be patronizing to everybody watching to look at this design and go, okay, so you can see how it's sexualized, right? Literally with the cum gutters here on the low-riding skirt that hugs the hips and ass. Right. Come on, right? This is a Nintendo game, Okay, this is the same studio that made Mario Galaxy. What is this guy doing? What are you doing? Well, he's making the game better, is what he's doing. These are some of the other characters. This isn't spoilers. None of this is spoilers. I'm not spoiling anything. I particularly like how the Goron has been explicitly modeled to be muscular in the exact way that Bara furries draw characters. Have you ever seen there are like archetypes of gay furry artists who will draw guys who aren't quite fat and aren't quite muscular, but are instead built like a fridge? You know what I mean? They also weirdly tend to have this face in the art. I don't know what, you know what I'm talking about, right? They tend to have like beady, dopish eyes despite looking like they can bench press a car. I don't know why. I don't know. I'm not into bars. You know, somebody out there watching, probably lots of people watching actually, understand. And of course, everybody knows that the Gerudo women are attractive. And then you have Shark Boy over here, to whom I have seen no end of fan art of. And you also have the Rito people? The bird people, that's what they're called, right? The Rito, correct? Who... I wouldn't say these designs are sexualized. I would say, however, that if you are the kind of person who likes anthropomorphized animals, you would find them pretty attractive, like, quite easily. I think it's pretty easy to understand how a person could, like, look at this. Literally be shown and stuff. So, why am I talking about all of this? Okay, I want to deviate from this point just slightly. I'm really trying to build this thesis for you guys, okay? We're deviating just for a moment, okay? Have you ever noticed how the Nazis really didn't like gay people? Shocker. But if you go to basically any far-right forum, you'll see them constantly obsessing over femboys. Not just femboys, but pornographied, offensive stereotypes of trans women. They'll say trap, tranny, the F slur, whatever else. But they're lusting after people with dicks, which in their ideological system would have gotten them sent to the camps. So why do they do that? Well, I think that humans have like a very complicated innate sexual drive. Like, you can go back thousands of years. The Egyptians were putting anthropomorphized heads onto like sex gods, right? Like Sobek, god of semen, whatever else. This is not a modernity thing. People have been doing this forever. Like the pagans were doing this. This has always been a thing. So why? Well, I think that's just because our sex drive is a pretty huge part of our brains, for the most part. Not everyone's, but a lot of people's. And it gets kind of wrapped up in a bunch of associations we have. Think, for example, if I might indulge all of you in like a furry trope or an archetype for a moment, rabbits in real life have sex a lot. They produce rapidly. They have they have large litters. Rabbits get all over the place. That's because they're prey animals. They get eaten up a lot. So people will, if there's like, say, for example, a cute drawn bunny girl, ascribe those tendencies to the bunny girl in a way that they find attractive. I don't think any of this has anything to do with finding bunnies attractive like the animals, apart from them just being really like cute balls of fur, like, oh, how cute, right? I think it's because they take attributes they associate with the animal and they ascribe it onto a person. People do this with cat girls all the time, right? Like, well, what is a cat girl? Well, people like to make jokes about or to fantasize about cat girl archetypes, which involve coquettishness, being standoffish but playful, being socially withdrawn but ultimately affectionate, that kind of stuff. And people joke about that. Like, go on Twitter right now. There are like 5 million girls who are doing the cat girl roleplay thing, or dog girl, or whatever the fuck else. So again, like, why do we do this? Well, I think we do this for the same reason that Alexander the Great was compared to lions, right? Alexander the Great, if one was to say, is Alexander the Great a lion? They said he was raised by lions, raised amidst lions in the Greek plains, back before the the places lions inhabited were much larger. You know, nowadays it's a small part of the world, but they used to be all over the place. If you said Alexander the Great was a lion, well, what would you mean by that? Obviously, you know, he's not literally a lion, but you ascribe traits, you ascribe bravery, commanding authority to Alexander the Great. The lion in this case isn't a biological thing. The lion is an archetype, a concept, a set of tropes that you use to apply. We compare people to wolves. We say people are snakes. We say people are rats. Not, again, a biological comparison. We're ascribing attributes, you know? And the pagan obsession with animal gods, to me, just seems like a logical extension of that belief, right? The idea that if you can take attributes and apply those, you could also take aesthetics and apply those, with an understanding that ultimately the person you're talking to and engaging with is a person. That is an unwavering characteristic in furry culture, pornography. These are all people. That's not in question. The bird, the fish, well, this is literally just a lady, and the Goron rock man, they're people. They talk, their brains work as ours do, they're people. They, in an ethical discussion, they would be considered alongside people. In the canon of the Zelda universe, they are people, legally and socially, correct? There aren't any questions of their sentience or sapience, their intelligence. They talk with you, they engage with you. Why are we talking about this? The reason we're talking about this is because I think Pandora's box has been opened. I think the fact that a mainstream Nintendo game, huge one at that, has this be the first guy you meet is evidence that we have opened Pandora's box on a broader acceptance of non-standard social, sexual, and visual norms. I'm joking here about furry porn, but in reality, what I'm really talking about is, I guess, sexual freedom. I think that this goat slut is sexual freedom. I believe that because if you go online right now and take a look at discourse surrounding, say, this guy or, I don't know, any one of these four, you will see normies basically just praising furry thirst trapping. I think that people are innately interested in this kind of stuff. We're very intelligent animals. We are capable of engaging with ideas outside the most rote, like, definitional recreation of reality, right? It's possible to find concepts attractive, so why not goat slut? I think this is a massive cultural win for the left. I actually mean that, because I don't think that social conservatism is compatible with an acceptance of stuff like this. I think that social conservatism has to push, because psychosexual justifications for fascist ideology are so common. I think that they have to insist on not only the popularity, but the exclusivity of traditional aesthetic and sexual norms. Women should look like this. Men should look like this. Deviation from those norms literally got you sent in the death camp in a lot of cases, which makes me think that the fact that this stuff is so popular and ubiquitous now is an almost unsurmountable victory for progressivism. Because, tell me, what do you think would happen exactly? Like, what social backlash do you think conservatives would receive if there was some kind of monolithic push against all forms of non-standard appearance and sexual interest? We see some of this right now. I mean, you have like Andrew Tate red pill types who are like, oh, well, all women should be like thin and blonde and white or whatever. But for the most part, those are kind of isolated in their communities, whereas the broader normie base is getting more and more accepting of just casually seeing people day to day wearing like, I don't know, goth outfits or wearing non-standard fashion. If even video games that are marketed to a mass audience are capable of, without qualification or controversy, showing character designs like this, I feel like we're kind of rolling down the hill towards sexual freedom in a way that conservatives aren't really able to push back against without betraying their own base. Go to 4chan and tell your average, like, trans porn, femboy porn, interracial porn obsessed dipshit that all of that has to go if they win, and I don't think they'll want to see themselves win. I hope what I'm saying is making sense to people. All of this is anathema to the conservative and reactionary archetypes associated with fascist sexual insecurity. It's a different world, you know? But stuff like this is unimaginably, again, not just popular, but uncritically promoted even in mainstream culture. And to be clear, I don't think this is like degenerate. I don't think that there's any like degree of sexualization that's present here that isn't present in, say, more standard media. For example, there are plenty of games that are rated like PG or movies that are made for a mass audience that have had women in female equivalents of this outfit, aren't there? Like, in terms of just pure exposure and the curvaceousness of their body, this isn't really different from like a woman wearing a bikini. I mean, here's a lady wearing not really a bikini, but you know, if they had a character like this in a game or a movie that was marketed towards everyone, I don't think there'd be much controversy. Like, okay, so she's showing her belly. I don't think that's I don't think that's like that controversial. I don't even think that in modern day Ron DeSantis fascist Florida, you could show an animation with this and get like investigated for it. You know? You get what I'm talking about? As long as she's straight and doesn't go cavorting with any other women. She's a kid. Oh, is this one a kid? Oh, I don't know. I haven't gotten to that part of the map yet. Or hold on. I thought she looked fucking too small. One second, let me get a better example. Tears of the Kingdom, Gerudo, woman, red hair. Who's the one who I saw? Gems? I liked her hairdo. Man, there are so few screenshots online because nobody's finished the fucking game yet. Here we go. I'm pretty sure this is from Breath of the Wild, not Tears of the Kingdom. Kablamo! Okay, wow. I feel like they actually gave the Gerudo women more abs in the sequel. Okay, here we go. This is less blown out. There we go. If you had a character in an all-ages production, movie game, whatever, who looked kind of like this, I really don't think it would attract that much. I actually think that the negative attention would come more from the fact that she's muscular than the fact that she's scantily clad. Again, it's the desert, you know, whatever, but you know what I mean. Which is kind of interesting. In a way, this is kind of the same principle as this, in the sense that the deviancy in this case comes not from the clothing, but the total presentation as a whole, the deviation from archetypal beauty norms. Whereas in this case, it's again, not necessarily the clothing, but the musculature. I think that if you showed a conservative like Gerudo women or whatever, the first thing they would comment on in terms of what is woke or what is degenerate or whatever would probably be their bodies, not how exposed their bodies are. This is just another example of what I'm saying. You have a race of people in Zelda lore, in Zelda canon, that are entirely female. The Gerudo, well, except for Ganondorf. With the Gerudo, it's all women, and every once in a while a man is born and they're the king. Okay, whatever. But overwhelmingly, they're all female. And in that, a decision is made. You know, well, you're going to have all of these warrior women in this desert citadel. How should they look? Okay, well, they'll be scantily clad because it's a desert. Right, fine, okay. But how should they look, you know, broadly? Well, let's make them fucking yoked. Let's make all of them fucking gun bosses, okay? The only characters consistently more muscular than Gerudo women are the fucking Gorons. There is this deliberate avoidance of what the traditional beauty expectation would be for that group, consistently. With all of them. You have the shark people and the bird people, which are anthropomorphized, but maintained as icons of potential sexual attraction because they're anthropomorphized in a way that people find attractive. That's objective. The Gerudo, okay, so you have all basically human women, make them all ripped. Six packs, all of them, make them giant. Rippling abs, let's go. Okay, fine. And then you have the Gorons, and while the Gorons in game don't necessarily look like that, you have fucking Bara Lord over here. You understand? I know I'm rambling at this point, but there's a reason for it, and it's because I don't have a script, because I'm not a video essayist. Deliberate effort has been made to present all of these characters, all of these archetypes, in a way which warrants sexual interest, not even in a sexualized way. There's nothing sexualized, I think, about the Goron here, but it's possible to be sexually attracted to somebody who isn't in a sexualized outfit, obviously. You know, you can be sexually attracted to like a person wearing a business suit. Like those aren't the same concepts, you know? The effort has been made. And it's uncontested. What conservative would run on a campaign of Nintendo is grooming the youth by having muscular women and sharks and goat slut in their games? You know, I don't see it. It means we're paving the way in one of two directions, right? Either a more sexually liberated kind of fascism or a repudiation of fascist norms altogether. Because once people are introduced to sexual freedom and accommodated to it, the idea that it's okay to be, you know, just anything other than Stepford wife territory when it comes to concepts and exploration. And to be clear here, I'm literally just talking about artwork. This shit still would have gotten you thrown in the camps. Release Tears of the Kingdom, all right, on the 1939 Switch, okay, back in Germany. Your ass is getting put behind bars and then in a chamber, my friend. You're getting that's degenerate art, friendo. To summarize, so I can move on from this because I've talked about this for long enough. If we assume that politics and psychosexual motivations are inherently intertwined in many cases, which I do and fully believe, particularly with fascism, where the narrative of fascist revivalism is usually rooted in some kind of sexual insecurity about the role of women or how women are supposed to look, which is definitely the case, then the broader normalization of atypical or non-standard appearance or attractiveness or sexualization is a good thing, because if those norms and aesthetics are taken as just acceptable parts of aesthetic, reality, the way that the Egyptians did, or any of those, the animal head as a god, whatever, it just makes it a lot harder for fascist sexual insecurity to take root in the same way. Can you imagine a fascism arising because because they're like, women should look like this, not this, and then like there's some other woman where they're like, no, we need to protect women who look like this from black people and Jewish people. I don't see it happening. You probably do see people talking like that if you go on 4chan, though, which again is kind of like a cultural victory for us, because even in their ranks, they still can't help but adopt non-standard norms. The degeneracy is coming from within the building. Goat slut. Okay. Nice segment. I stand by it, by the way. Talk about the Blizzard thing now. We only have time for one more segment. Hold on. Oh yeah, I saw this. This is a quick one, but it's pretty important. It's really, really bad. I don't like it at all. Look at this. Google will start deleting inactive accounts after 2 years. It's look. Why? Well, probably to save on storage space. YouTube videos will stay up. So they have confirmed that YouTube videos will stay up. Can you find me a link that confirms that? They said they would keep accounts that have uploaded videos. Okay, gotcha. I think that's good. I think that's a very positive step. I don't know. There's something about the fragility of content kept online that really bothers me. So you say the YouTube videos be kept. Okay, well, that's essential because you can only imagine how much history would be lost if all that stuff was taken away. I'll say, just imagine going to jail for 2 years and coming out and finding that, like, your Google account is gone and all your connected stuff is all gone. This is kind of an unavoidable problem because storage space is physical, right? Like you know, it goes on hard drives. It's not like magic. Everything that you keep is kept. It costs money to maintain, to preserve. But how do you guys think this should be done? Okay, let me ask you guys a question. And yes, this is the segment. Imagine it is not financially viable to keep all the data. What conditions, what circumstances? How? Keeping accounts doesn't cost shit compared to other stuff. Well, in this case, I wonder if the reason they want to get rid of the accounts is because people are running out of emails. Like, you can always add more numbers after your name or whatever, but maybe they did like an internal check and it's like, oh, actually, well, 78% of all accounts haven't been used in like 7 years or something, you know? I don't know. I've always had difficulty with that because a lot of it can't really be fixed, you know? Did you know that I think it's about 3/4 of all movies made from the silent era no longer exist? No, I think it's more than 3/4, like something like 9/10 of all movies made from the silent era of film just don't exist anymore. I mean, they were burnt by light onto a photosensitive crystal that's kept on film. It's a physical thing. Once that's lost or damaged, that's that. A lot of them were improperly stored. Some of them were deliberately trashed. You can't keep everything, right? Not every drawing your child makes that you put on the fridge, you know, multiply that by 1,000,000,000, can be kept on that fridge. Sometimes stuff has to be put away. Sometimes there's not enough storage room in the world. But I have difficulty, like, reconciling that. This is one of the reasons why archiving is so important, why the lawsuit against the Internet Archive is so terrible, I think. You know, and even once you've digitized everything, digital space still takes space, right? Like that's not it's still not always present. It goes away sometimes. Keep in mind, this is how things have been for pretty much all of human history. Nothing gets to stay around forever, you know? Like, our lives are temporary, the countries we live in are temporary, the people we know are temporary, our species on the long timeline, you know, will be temporary. There's no guarantee that every movie ever made, every game ever made gets to be an infinite, like, cosmic data point that will exist forever. But I think there are things we can do reasonably, you know, to protect what we care about now. And I don't know. Interestingly, Google Photos seems to have its own separate activity metrics that could result in only your photos being deleted. Photos require visiting the Google Photos app or website or uploading a photo every 2 years. Wow. Okay, so apparently logging in and checking your email isn't enough to get your attached Google Photos. So that's probably one of the things they want to get rid of, right? Stored data. Like, there's probably like so many terabytes of data. I don't know. I don't really know how much. I think they're doing it for security reasons. Security reasons. According to Google, those inactive accounts are more likely to be compromised. They may use old, outdated passwords that have since been. Ah, I see. So what they're saying is it's like well, even if all this data is accessed, I think people would rather have their accounts cracked than they would lose their account? Is it like a botnet thing? Like if these accounts get cracked, they could be taken over, and they worry about there being like trillions of fucking zombie accounts that are Google has to deal with the spam though. Wouldn't it be better then to actually mandate two-factor authentication? Wouldn't that be better? Like imagine you could set like, okay, we are now setting like a like 1 year time line on 2FA. Like you need to within 1 year, because you hate that though. No, I don't hate that. I can't stand 2FA. I mean, maybe it requires a phone to use their 2FA. Yeah, I guess. One big thing Google is going to do is do a massive operation to convert all their stored video to AV1 encoding. It'll drop the overall storage usage by about 40%. The downside is we're all going to need to get cards that can do AV1 encoding to be allowed to upload/stream. Well, that's annoying, but I mean, whatever. I'll get it when it comes out. Wouldn't there need to be a data breach for some hacker guy to know what accounts are inactive? Yeah, but there are probably literally like tens of millions of Google accounts that have been breached at this point, or whose passwords and data are out there in the open because they've been breached on some other website with a data leak, and it wouldn't be that difficult to like use a botnet to like try those out on Google accounts as well. Well, that's nice, Raiders. I don't know. Have you ever looked at the dead people's Twitter accounts getting deleted discourse and thought about how a decade ago everyone thought it'd be kind of creepy to have those profiles around like gravestones? Yeah, given a long enough timeline, more and more of the social media space will begin to resemble a graveyard because people die and their accounts stay up. But I don't know what the ideal is. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you could like take inactive accounts or accounts from dead people and like move them onto like an archived subsection of the site so that they're not. I have no idea. It's too big of a problem for me to really wrap my head around. I don't know. I don't know what you could do to fix that. Yeah, like a literal social media graveyard. The deleting will begin in December 2023. Facebook already has a way to deal with this. Pages can be flagged as memorials. That sounds nice. I mean, I think that sounds reasonable. It makes sense because Facebook is both huge and also has a large elderly population, meaning that there would probably be like a disproportionate number of old dead people. Well, not old anymore, I guess. Dead people there. What would you want to happen to your channel after you die? Well, I'd like it just to be kept up as it is, ideally. You know, I don't think I'd want anything to happen to it. There are still YouTube channels that haven't made videos in a long time that I occasionally go back and look at. Like Joseph Anderson. I remember there was this one. I remember there was this one. Total Biscuit, a Technoblade. Does anyone remember they made Kaizo Mario ROM hack videos? They played a couple of Brawl matches back when Super Smash Bros. Brawl was the main Smash game. This was back in like 2008. I mean, this was like a long time ago. Who would inherit the ad revenue? I mean, assuming... I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure there's a number of ways that could... Yeah. No, I did not know Technoblade personally. Just a weird problem. I think there's kind of a big cultural difference between Americans and Europeans on this, I feel like. When I grew up in Los Angeles, so Los Angeles bulldozes over the past, like all the time. It's really difficult to find a graveyard in LA because they're constantly just like rebuilding the city. There's very little history in LA. If you go over to the East Coast, there's a lot more history. There are old church steeples and graveyards and big worn brick buildings that look like they're sagging under their own weight, and little plaques and memorials that are from a bygone era, and gravestones that are so worn you can't even see what was written on them. And then if you go to like the United Kingdom, it's like that times 10, because Europeans have only been in America for like 270 years. They've been over there for thousands. Yes, I did, Araxiel. Good call. So you go over to the UK and like you can go to a pub that has been there since like 600 years ago, you know? You can just go around and just see stuff, and there are graveyards there that aren't even like functional graveyards anymore. They're just stone stalagmites popping up out of the ground with moss over them. There's no, you can hear stories when you walk down the street, like, oh yeah, this building right here, well, the king's procession came through here in 1347, that he did, took a point here, then kept on moving, that's right. And it's like, oh, that wooden bench right there that they keep in the corner with like little velvet, like velvet ropes to block it off from everyone else. The king sat there. Like the king sat there 700 years ago. That's kind of cool, a little, but just like in a historical sense, like, I don't know, it's interesting. I live close to this. The Grianan of Ailech. That's a Gaelic name, if ever I've heard one. Yeah, just like a fort, like battle, 12th century. Like, look at this. National Monument of Ireland. God damn, that's beautiful. Yeah, America doesn't really have stuff like this. I wonder if your anxiety about the preservation of online material is in any way influenced by whether or not you grew up in an area that had history or not. You know what I mean? Like if you live in an area where history is all around you versus living in an area where they do everything possible to keep it from ever catching up with you. I wonder if that makes a difference. Damn, that statement hurt. Really? Oh, I'm not trying to be like, look at this. The French catacombs. Like all the time that you're in Paris, it's like, oh yeah, we're actually above like a gigantic infinite maze of human bones. Don't go in there, you'll get lost. It's pretty wild. This doesn't exist in America. Look at this. They built the fucking bone orb. Seattle Underground does, though. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, the West Coast is so new, at least from a Eurocentric standpoint, that the Seattle Underground, to me, does feel like this crazy, like, glimpse into history. Basically, it's like a dilapidated, abandoned undercity from about a century ago that's underneath most of downtown. You're directly underneath the above sidewalks whenever you're here. Basically, just imagine that the first floor of a city got built over. You can see, like, bank vaults and stuff walking around. And light is provided to them from these purple-tinted skylights that people are walking over. Which you can see when you're walking, because, they're on the sidewalks. Does this not ever cause sinkholes? Nope, they built it pretty well. All right. I think we have time to read donos. What a wacky stream. Balderus, thank you. And Balderus and Malaki, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Ontario is an Iroquois word meaning beautiful water. It's part of Native Canadian culture. Please be more respectful next time towards my culture. Sorry, it's been okay. Listen, when I'm mean to Ontario, I'm mean to the people who have. I'm attacking the people who have colonized you. Okay, you're welcome. Dinoman and Valiant Shadow, thank you for the $5 both. Chinese government just shut down its largest Chinese LGBTQ plus advocacy group recently. So much for bastion of minority rights, according to some communists. Yeah, they don't even let femboys on TV. Zapsalis and Professional Dork, thanks the tier 1 subs both. Lundy the Elder, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate that. Just moved to a new state, looking for resources that'll help me familiarize myself with state-by-state laws that may apply to me. Any tips? Well, if you're looking for resources, my first suggestion would be to not give $50 to a license. No, I'm kidding. I don't really know, actually. I've never thought about that. Like the easiest way to catch yourself up with state laws here. I wonder, I feel like you could probably Google around and you could probably find like laws I need to know in this state. I'm not sure. Holic Master, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Yeah, I miss my Adderall, but good work on being productive. Windleby Dazzler and Charlotte21, thank you for the tier 2 subs both. Really, really appreciate that. Try adding salt to your coffee before brewing. I'll cut down on the sodium intake, okay? Aussie Boo and Zigabiz, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate those. Panthera, thank you for the tier 2 sub. That's very, very kind of you. Any thanks the gifted tier 1 sub. Sake, thanks the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. Yeah, we'll get a Maine Coon one of these days. Big old cat for sure. True homie. And Barkester Chronicles, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Can we go over FD Signifier's new Black Conservatives vid? He says some good things, then some dumb unhinged crap. Maybe we will. If I feel spiteful at some point, we can go over an FD Signifier video for sure. Sake with the 4 tier 1 subs. Vosh, your preference for femboys betrays your coplerophobia and arcodophobia. I'll leave it to the clever clogs in chats to know what the fuck either of those words mean, because I have no goddamn idea. But I probably agree. Maybe. Possibly. Also, I want to point out, by the way, that the majesty of this design, in my opinion, is because it's not actually a femboy. First of all, this person's like 9 feet tall, okay? Second of all, they have a deep, commanding voice. I think this is a femme man, personally. I think we're looking at femme man territory, all right? Vosh, go jerk off. You can't tell me what to do. Also, you think I don't horny post after jerking off? Oh, maybe for you and your weak balls. You come and you're like, I'm tired. I'm done. Well, you think this has any effect on me? You think that I would, if I jerked off like right before stream and come here, I'm not also still going to thirst after the goat man? Come on. Come on. Is there life after femboy death then? I think more respect needs to be paid to femme men, okay? Not on fire yet. Thank you for the 5. Really appreciate that. Atomic Crow, thanks the 5. Your talk on preservation reminds me of how in Boston they had to stop the construction of the original MBTA because of Revolutionary War bodies. Yeah, there's so much history. Hey, if anyone wants... By the way, the reason I'm talking about this is because I just watched this. You should watch Noah Caldwell Gervais's road trip videos, where he talks about the real-life landscapes of the Lincoln Road and the Fallout games, where he drives around and talks about American culture and American scenery. They're very good. Sake with the 2 tier 1 subs. Fear of lumberjacks and fear of bears, respectively. Ah, yeah, that's true. I'm not really attracted to lumberjacks and bears, I'm afraid. Rob36, the $5. Vosh, may we please see the gecko? I haven't seen my snake in a while, and I miss reptiles. Well, the geckos are asleep during the day. Yeah, they're not going to be out right now. And Lizard ate recently. I don't want her to poop on me. Von Tuck's the $5. Should I buy the Keltec RDB CA no pistol grip or the Keltec SU16 CA? Well, pistol grips are pretty good. Then again, I won't deny that this does look pretty neat. Yeah, Keltec is kind of a meme company, isn't it? Whatever makes you happy, though. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. Without the pistol grip, this looks kind of dope. I don't know. There's something very, like, blocky and, like, video game future SWAT tech characterization that I like about this. It's very Keltec. Yeah, this is the most normal-looking Keltec gun. I kind of like it. Jatsko with the $5. Since protecting white women is about protecting a sexually desirable group, what does that say about modern right-wingers screaming protect our children? Oh, no, it's not a joke. I do unironically think that a huge portion of the right-wing's obsession with children in like every fashion, especially concerning like gender, sexuality, protect them from knowing gay people exist. I do think it's like pedophile grooming shit, 100%. Yeah. Gilgabro with the $5. Will you get back to doing early streams? I'm in Europe and you alone are responsible for my fucked up sleep schedule. Whoa! I want to do more early streams, yeah. I've just been playing Zelda. Alf Q, thank you for tuning in this time, my friend. Aussie Boo, thanks the 5. I will listen to the Turkish language thing in a bit. I've got to go. Sake, thanks the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. Arbiters of Morality Online think you're racist. Okay, buddy, Vouch enjoyers know you're racist and sexist and a pedophile and a horse enjoyer. True. Can never tell when I'm getting clowned on online if it's by a fan or not. Sake, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. You're being very kind to me, my friend. True! It's so crazy how I get flack for toxicity when like 98% of the time when there's drama with me and this crowd of video essayists, they start it. I'll try to resolve discussions privately or calmly or like give it a brief mention. They'll fucking blow up, make huge videos, attack me directly. Yeah, they like every time. It's insane. And Kowalski from Nebraska with the $5. Matt Bender chatted with Bad Empanada. If you can imagine Bad Empanada acted in bad faith. Yeah, I saw this. Apparently, it's like a 4-hour debate or some shit. Maybe I'll listen to this while I play Zelda to give myself brain damage. That could be fun. It was real bad. I'm not going over that shit on stream. No point. All right, guys. Thank you all very much for the fun stream. I really enjoyed it. Oh, Parpin with the $20. Thank you very much. Vosh, I could use some help fighting Nazis in Maine. I'm really sorry, friend, but I'm not over in Maine. I'm over here on the West Coast. I don't know what exactly you mean. I don't know much about Maine, to be honest. I always thought of Maine as like a left-leaning area, but I guess I don't know that. It's just a coastal state, so I kind of figured. Maine is right-leaning? Oh, that's a shame. Huh. Guys, you're right. I am horny for the femme goat slut. All right. I'm sending you all off. Wait! What if tomorrow, rather than just not streaming at all, which I would do otherwise, what if I just did like a big, like late day stream with Tears of the Kingdom and it's all TTS and we're just chilling? It'll have spoilers for people who are so concerned, and I'll mark that in the title, but it'll just be me like running around, you know? Oh, by the way, I just want to say, by the way, how far are you into the game? I play very methodically. I don't know how far I am. Where are you in the game right now? How do I say this without spoiling anything? I just fell down the hot hole. If you get it, you get it. I really enjoy the Death Mountain area, by the way. I really, really like it. Really, really enjoy it. I will continue Hi-Fi Rush on stream. I just know right now I'm doing the Zelda thing. How many dungeons have you done? You mean shrines or dungeons? Dungeons. Just one, almost two. I think in terms of shrines, I have 9 hearts, and I have 2 full stamina bars. I always prioritize the stamina bars. I say as if I've played this game before. It's really fun to be able to run around a lot. Whenever I see a screenshot or like a video of somebody playing and they have like 20 hearts and 1 stamina bar, I'm always like... you know? All right. Sake, thank you for the idea. And the 4 tier 1 subs. Oh, guys, I hope I didn't come across too distant today. The Adderall thing is just kicking my ass. The Ritalin has basically stopped working, so it's basically like being unmedicated now. Super annoying. Like it's fine. Like I'm fine. I'm not like suffering or anything, but you know, it's pretty annoying. What about Vivance? Haven't tried that. Raru fan art. Have they made it yet? I guess that's what happens when you're on the cutting edge of a game's creation, right? People haven't, the Rule 34 artists haven't even gotten at it yet. I don't know, Logical Pretzels. Okay, hold on. I'm actually going to send you guys over to Neko Surus. It's been a while since I've hosted him, and I'll just send you over. Enjoy the VTuber titties. Oh, hey, Demon Mama. Oh, for sure, Demon Mama. Yeah, I've already seen some good shit. It's gonna be a whole thing. I have fan art of the goat. I'm glad to hear. Okay, get out of you horn dogs. You scamps, you little you little goobers. Where's the button? Where's the button? Been a while since I've hosted. There we go. Go.